Temporarily. Okay, so I went live earlier today and my video got stopped because enough certain people um tried to report me. Okay, now that my laptop is plugged in. They tried to report me, and obviously the appeal came back saying that no, there was no hate speech. So enough certain people made it an issue saying that my live stream was full of hate speech, and it's like, no, the only hate speech to be had was from the comment section. So then TikTok was like, no, there's nothing wrong with her live stream. Y'all just sensitive. So, you know, I honestly just went back live today because I typically don't go live more than once during the day, but I just did it to piss off certain people. You're not going to suppress um, a black person literally just talking about their experience with racism. It's like, just stop being weird. It does not cost money to just not be weird about it. Because here's what I've noticed is that the people that will post some microaggressive comments will then follow me on TikTok. If you don't like a person so much, why would you follow them on TikTok? I don't like Ben Shapiro. I don't like Taylor Swift. Do I follow them on TikTok? I do not. If ever there is an article written about them, I don't read it. It's like you have to be next level obsessed with somebody if you're going to follow their TikTok for the sole purpose of posting something microaggressive when they go live. What's the reason? Because I can assure you, I let my haters be my motivators. Oh, nothing brings me more joy. But even still, back to the real conversation, the one that I was having earlier, there are still comments being posted on the previous TikTok that I made about going to a women's march while black and being called, racial slurs and whatnot. And, you know, the black women leaving comments, they're like, I thought we all agreed to stay out of it, things like that. And the original reason why I went live in the first place was to have that conversation of, listen, I understand that there are black women in other parts of America that want to sit this one out in terms of bodily autonomy because of the history of racism with movements that are predominantly white women led. That's fair. I will not hold that against you. I understand. It's just that I live in Oregon. They don't know. They don't know why you would want to sit this one out. They don't know why black women don't want to be in protests or movements that involve white women when it comes to bodily autonomy. They're not certain. So, because, and I can't stress this enough, I was invited, I was asked to speak at this protest slash march that happened October 2nd, regarding bodily autonomy and the mess that's going on in Texas. I was asked, "You from Portland?" Nope, I am from Baltimore City, Maryland. I've been to Portland maybe 3 times in my life. Nope, I'm not from Portland. I don't live in Portland. I live in Southern Oregon. I can assure you there are not a lot of black people here. That's one of the reasons why I had to go to this protest slash march. Because if I didn't go, nobody was going to talk about black history. That's how little black presence we have here in the Rogue Valley. What space movie came out in 1992? Spaceballs? I could be wrong. Your literal handle is Burt Reynolds 75. You have no personality. You literally just went into somebody's live stream, a black person's live stream specifically, and the title of the live stream was Women's March While Black, and you took it upon yourself to type Trump DeSantis 2024. Pray tell, what was the word that triggered you to say that? Was it black or was it women? You go sit down. Exactly. Trump for Cemetery 2024. We all think Biden and Kamala are both disasters. I would hope that you put the Trump administration in the same basket. Then we might have something to talk about. But political candidates isn't something, or current presidents isn't something that I wanted to talk about today. I literally was just talking about going to a women's march while black. Why people feel the need to bring Trump into this, I'll never know. This is not a live stream about getting grabbed by the, never mind. Trump was the best president ever. It's like, if ever a black person is talking, I feel like a racist white person automatically wants to say something about Trump. Honestly, I feel like if you put another man's name on your truck or tattoo it on your person, it's kind of gay. I don't think another man should have another man's name on their truck. I don't even have an Obama sticker on my car. Y'all is out here having whole shrines dedicated to Trump. What for? Relax. You're in a cult. Exactly. Yes, you are in a cult. Yes. Relax. This is about bodily autonomy. No. Fair enough. Can you name one thing the Democrats have done for the black community? Can you name... Here's the thing. Here's the thing. This wasn't even supposed to be a conversation about Democrats and Republicans. This is just about bodily autonomy. But the second you see a black person talking, you want to ask them about their feelings about the Democratic Party. Let me ask you something. Do you think that every black person you run into is a Democrat? Or believes in the two-party system? I gotta know. We all bleed red. Yeah, well, there are literally no laws currently in place that say men can't do such and such thing with their body. However, when it comes to a women's reproductive rights, I feel like that's on the docket every 4 years. If you believe Trump is racist, then you're a Democrat. Moving on. I feel like if you believe Trump is racist, you have eyes and ears. No one's saying that Democrats are magically not racist. We didn't say that. We were just pointing out the obvious. Again, this was supposed to be about women's rights, and people are just going off in the comments. It's only been, what, 5 minutes? Go sit down. What do you mean, It's because you see me on the phone. That's why you want to be involved. I already know you ain't slick. No, go sit down. Go sit down. You're so blind that you see skin color. Listen, I wasn't made aware of how black I was until I came to a predominantly white area. And you can take that to the bank. There are literally laws that prevent men from doing whatever they want with their body. Where? You mean the laws that say that that you shouldn't sleep with minors? I feel like that goes both ways, that adults in general shouldn't do that, but go off, I guess. Point to me where there's a law that says that men have to go get a vasectomy. There's no law that says that. Political affiliation shouldn't define someone. Okay, that's just it. This is the last thing that I'm going to say about politicians that y'all brought up. Um, a person's political stance absolutely does define them as a human being. You can't say that you love me interpersonally, but then wish for my demise systemically. That's just facts. I equally do not want to be associated, affiliated, or friends with a Trump supporter, just like I don't want to be friends with or associated with someone that worships Biden. I feel like I'm going to have the same conversation twice. No thanks. Biden is way more racist. What? Go away. I feel like white men in power are racist. Like, it really doesn't matter what political party they're a part of. And plus, let me ask you something. In America, why are we having contests about which white politician can be the most racist? That shouldn't be a contest. Name one racist thing Trump did. I feel like it's Googleable. Google is free. Could look that up. It's not my job. How much are they paying you? Well, are you asking because you'd like to also pay me, or come to the South? LOL. I'm from the South, jackass. Nobody gave a fuck about your race. You gave enough of a fuck to come to my live stream. You gave enough to be up in here. I was just talking about women's bodily autonomy and how black women were in my comments saying, I thought we wasn't going to be a part of the white women's movement. And I'm like, I get it. That was the whole reason for this live stream, was to empathize with my fellow sisters and say, yes, I understand why you're upset. I get it. It's just that in Oregon, they've never had the talk. They've never had the talk. That's what this live stream was about. Y'all just made it about politicians. It's like, why? Why would I want to talk about dusty old white men in general? Uh, oh no, 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 no. Big man's grow room. The fact that you said nobody cares, what did you gotta say? Yeah, we can't have that. That sounds anti-Semitic, and I don't like that energy. No, blocking that person. That's gross. The fact that you were automatically offended by literally a black woman saying that white men in power are racist. Did you just miss all of American history? Nothing I said was incorrect. Like, first, y'all will be mad if I were to have a conversation about how I feel about Donald Trump, and then you'll say, but Biden's more racist. But then if I say that white men in power generally are racist, then y'all have a problem. More so, it's interesting. Again, this wasn't even supposed to be about dusty old white men. This was supposed to be about women's bodily autonomy and how if it's a movement that's orchestrated by white women, they tend to not center the voices of women that are black or brown. That was the point. That was the point. Y'all are wild. Google is also biased. Google is biased. I only go to one website for all of my information. I go to patriotfreedomeagleYee.org. That's what you sound like. You need to relax. Where did you get your training in antagonism? Wow. White dudes love picking on women. Hear, hear. Yes. Case in point. This whole live stream was about women's rights. Then everybody started crying about which white guy is the most racist, Biden or Trump. Weird. I thought that racism had no political affiliation. It's like, just because you say you're a Democrat, I'm not going to automatically think that you're not racist. It depends on you as the person. It's racist here in the South. I was agreeing with you. Sorry. Okay. Sorry about that. I get a whole bunch of obvious trolls in my comment section. So it's hard to discern from people that are being genuine and those that are just being a-holes. My bad. But in case the rest of y'all didn't know, yes, I quite literally come from a southern state. Live stream to promote racist women. Here's what I want to know. Why is it that instead of white people critiquing how white people have been racist, the first knee-jerk reaction you have is to say how black people have been racist? I gotta know. You watch Dave Chappelle's new special? Was that the special where he was talking about Candace Owens, perhaps? I think I saw a little bit of it. I don't remember. Calling me a hag. Honestly, that's the first time I've ever been called that. Nothing of substance to hear from this hag. I, the white man, have spoken. I have deemed it fallible, therefore it is so, says the white man. It's weird. As a man, how can I support your cause? Okay, Chess 1973. That's a great question. So when I was at the march, the one thing that I said for white allies to do, if you call yourself a white ally and you want things to change, well, then you need to direct your energy from this protest slash march and go to your school board meetings, go to your city council meetings. And if you learned something new at this march, something that you did not know before, you were not taught this in school, well, then you need to bring that up at the school board meeting. Why did you have to go to a protest in order to learn about this subject? When it comes to bodily autonomy, why did you have to learn that black women were surgically sterilized? Or how about Mexican women at the border being surgically sterilized? Mass hysterectomies for women of color. When it comes to bodily autonomy, why did you have to go to a protest for that information? These are the conversations that we need to have as a country, because it's not just about whether or not a woman can have an abortion. It's about, did the woman say that she wanted a hysterectomy? Because if the woman didn't say that she wants a hysterectomy, why are you giving one to her in the first place? But see, America has a long history of that. And that's why black women are like, you know what, we're going to sit this one out, because we've already had a history of white women not centering the voices of black and brown women. So when I was at this march, I said, listen, white suffragists, they did not center black voices when it came to a women's right to vote. They used racist slogans and the like. And then I said, um, there was a slogan that was chanted by black suffragists, and they said, lifting as we climb. And I said, true liberation is about just that, lifting as we climb. And what that means is you have to take a step back and look at your privilege before you can talk about true liberation. And what I mean by that is I am a person that has privilege, not because I'm black, but because I don't have to think about if a building is wheelchair accessible. That's one way. I don't have to check to see if the library that I'm going to has books that are written in Braille. These are called privileges because they don't affect your life. These are not obstacles that you have to go through. And these are things that have nothing to do with money. So privilege is not something that you can just buy. This is what we mean. So when I was at this women's march, I said we also need to have a conversation about how when it came to labor movements, we didn't center the voices of black people and people with disabilities. How is it that we live in a country that boasts about being the land of the free and home of the brave when we quite literally pay disabled people a slave wage? We are nickel and diming these people with disabilities, but somehow we're the freest country in the world. It makes no sense. So we need to do better. But unfortunately, one of the biggest obstacles that we have is when white people don't want to acknowledge the privilege that they have of being white. Automatically, it's about, I've worked hard for what I have. No one's denying that. We're just saying that you didn't have to work hard because you were white. It's like, I'm not denying that at all. Relax. Okay. Separating women, white and black, and to be racist. Honey, I didn't divide anybody. I just pointed out the division. Center the voices, LMFAO. Well, yes, white man, I would imagine that you wouldn't know anything about centering anyone else's voices except your own. That's kind of all of American history when you think about it. Live stream to promote racist women. Wow. Okay. I just pointed out the obvious. All right. This whole live stream was about women's rights. You only talk about white and black. Yes. Because guess what? White suffragists centered racism. Sure, they were about women's right to vote, white women's right to vote. Just like when they said a women's march, the TikTok that I did about it, there was a black woman that said, you do realize when they said women's, they meant white women, right? And it's like, I didn't respond to any of the comments that I received under that TikTok. I just simply went live and was hoping that black women would join the conversation and understand that, yes, I empathize with you and I understand why you wanted to sit this one out. I totally get it. I know. It's just that in Oregon, there will be no black voices that are centered if I didn't leave the house that day on October 2nd and say something. That's how far behind Oregon is. Men's right need a little more support, especially white men. What exactly are white men suffering from? The audacity? I gotta know. Go back to the 1920s. That's what she wants. Really? I want to go back to the 1920s because I told white people to analyze their privilege. That doesn't sound very 1920s to me. Literally, this was a conversation about bodily autonomy. This was about what happened when I went to the Women's March and how I was the only black woman and how there's a reason why, from us being in Oregon and it being a white ethno state, because that's Oregon's history, is that it wanted to be a white ethno state, exclude black people, sundown towns aplenty. And then the fact that when white women have protests about women's rights, they only center themselves, not other women of color and black women especially. So with that being said, that's the reason why I had to go, because they weren't going to learn why black women might not want to be a part of it. That's why. You shouldn't get any info from a protest, LMFAO. Why do you think people go to protest? Do you think, and this was the issue that I raised earlier, is that the one takeaway that I had was that there was this one guy that stayed after the protest. He was very respectful, all the things. It's just that something that he said just didn't sit right with me. He said he can't wait till the next one. He can't wait to bring out his rainbow kilt. Personally, I happen to love a good rainbow kilt. Nothing against it. The issue is that you can't wait for the next one. This isn't fun. Protesting is not supposed to be a fun afternoon activity. For one thing, it was hot. It was hot when we went. And so when we were marching, my feet got swollen. That's not fun. I'm not marching because this is a favorite pastime of mine. I'm marching because I'm trying to get your attention about an issue that I have in this country. Protesting is about raising awareness. A closed mouth don't get fed. So if I'm out there protesting and I'm like, listen, there's something about medical racism you have to understand when we're talking about bodily autonomy. That's not for fun. So I feel like instead of putting in the actual work of reaching a conclusion of how do we solve this problem, guys like him just want to go to protests in their rainbow kilts. That's a problem, because that's not why I'm out here. Show us the evidence of hysterectomy. What? You could just read it in a book. You do know this, right? Why do you feel entitled for a woman to show you evidence of a hysterectomy? Can you analyze what you just said? Why should a woman have to show you her body to prove that she's had a hysterectomy? Why? That's weird. And then KW underscore Lou, LOL, nobody denies racism was a problem then. That's kind of the issue, is that you're denying racism now. You act like that when Dr. King was assassinated, racism just went to sleep with him. That's kind of the problem, is that you are denying it still exists today, and that when black people talk about racism, you say that black people are racist just for pointing the obvious out. How counterproductive is that? We're here today away from the past. Okay, guys. All of the white people said that racism no longer exists. Okay, looks like all of the black and brown people can dance in the streets and say, "Can you see the brand new day?" Like, was that the reaction you were looking for? I swear. Men are pro-choice because they love hookups with no consequences. I'd have to disagree. I'd really have to disagree. Typically, if if I find that a man is protesting and saying, "I'm pro-life," I automatically think that he is abusive towards women. And that's facts. I feel like if you are constantly shouting, I'm pro life, you're a terrible person if you have an abortion, I feel like you are not safe for women to be around, period. 369. I'm from Generation X, where most of all of our mixed children come from. We never fed the BS. What? What's that mean? Have you heard of Jenna Tolls? No, I have not. Mud Pie 570. Somebody didn't raise you right. I mean, if you say so. I don't know if that was directed towards me or somebody else in the comment section, but okay. We went backwards in my mind. I don't think we've ever gone forward, to be perfectly honest with you. Racism does not deplete over time. It just transforms to fit that generation, honestly. Have you watched Good Lord Bird? Nope. Again, suffrage in the past, not a thing today, yet you are failing against it. Um, I feel like if we still have a government that, depending on the state that you're in, they are actively trying to deny your right to access to health care, we have a problem. So for me, it has a lot to do with critical thinking. Because have you noticed that voter suppression is still a thing? Voter suppression is very much still a thing. Um, and then with bodily autonomy, white women panicked because RBG passed away. I didn't realize that, bodily autonomy just rested on the shoulders of one woman that made it to the Supreme Court. But that should tell you a lot about our country. This hag thinks she's pro-black, but really she's just insane. How would you know what is and what isn't pro-black, white man? That's my question. I swear, it really do be white people that think that they have a say in what goes on in black people business. It is incredible. Have you watched Good Lord Bird? No, I have not. This joke again. Okay. What's the women's rights like in Africa? Well, we're not in Africa. We're in America. So I'd like to focus the conversation on the country that seems to have a beef with my bodily autonomy. I'd rather talk about that. Stand up for what you believe in, black, white, Mexican. I mean, I'm in agreement. I feel like for topics of conversation regarding bodily autonomy, black women should be speaking up, Mexican women should be speaking up. And for the most part, for once, uh, white women just need to take 5 minutes and listen. Because if we're talking about bodily autonomy, then we're all going to have very different experiences of what that means. For example, the white woman that organized the protest in the first place, she has cervical cancer. This was something that she divulged to the crowd and why she felt so strongly about this. Okay, fair. And how Planned Parenthood has helped her to conceive a child. Fair. So when I spoke, with my experience with bodily autonomy was simply this, is that white people did not believe that medical racism was a thing, something that could possibly happen in the state of Oregon. When I went up to speak, I said that instead of looking at what Texas is doing, I think that Oregon needs to take a look at their own inventory of racism and eugenics, because Oregon does have a history of eugenics when it comes to people with disabilities. I mean, if we're going to talk about bodily autonomy, how far are we willing to go? And that was the question that I asked the entire crowd. How far are we willing to go? Not only was I bringing up, the bodily autonomy of women, I was also talking about rape culture. When it comes to topics of conversation of regarding rape culture, why is it that we live in a society where we think that boys shouldn't have emotions, or it's too feminine, quote unquote, for boys to cry or talk about how it is that they're feeling? I feel like, we need to have these types of conversations. It's not a coincidence, that boys could be as young as 12 or 13 even, and they've had their so-called first sexual experience. And then in this society, that toxic masculinity BS will be all like, yeah, you became a man. And it's like, no, they didn't become a man. They're victims of sexual assault. Why are we applauding this? And all the way around, we have to talk about it because it's a problem. Just stop. You're not MLKJ. I mean, you're correct. I never said that I was Dr. King. Because, first of all, that's not my name. Second of all, I don't have a penis. That's also the other thing. So I'm not him. William Dillon 27. If black people have no privilege, explain to me why all these athletes are making millions of dollars.
If they work harder than you, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, white
man. Where to begin with that statement? Why'd you bring up athletes? Do you think that all black people are athletic? Do you think that in order to not have privilege, like that means financial? Because let me tell you something. When white men only care about black men in the month of September, football season, that's a problem. Because you don't actually care about black men. That just simply means you think that black athletes should shut up and dribble. That's a problem. Do I have to explain how that's a problem, or do you have it from here? Oregon, do better. Amen. Amen. What actually is pro-black to y'all? That is a very good question. What is pro-black? And my answer to that is a conversation for black people to have. gotta know, what protests have you been to where the entire point was to just sit there and protest for no reason? Are you talking about a Trump rally, perhaps? Because when I, let me tell you something, when I went to a protest in Coos Bay, I went there to learn something, and I did. Because when I went there, I learned that there was a lynching that happened in Coos Bay. I learned that the name of the man that the white townsfolk lynched was a black man by the name of Alonzo Tucker. And the best part about this story is that when I went up to Coos Bay to learn something, it was the citizens of Coos Bay that got together to have the information readily available so that somebody not from Coos Bay could learn from it. And I learned something. I learned what book they got it from and everything. So then I took a picture of the book that they were referencing, and then I went my merry way back down to Medford, where I live, and then I gave that same information to the people that live down here. I was like, did you know that there is a recorded lynching in Coos Bay? I always thought that, Oregon just excluded all of the black people before lynchings happened. Apparently, that's not the case. Apparently, they were bigoted enough to record it. But of course, being black in America, I know that that may be the only recorded one, but that's not the only lynching that occurred in Oregon if you have a history of being or trying to become a white ethno state. So, yeah, I go to protests to learn something. If you don't go to protest to learn something, you just want to be loud and wrong, that's on you, not on the rest of us. Do you believe that capitalism created white supremacy or the other way around? Personally, I think it was the other way around. I do. Because looking at American history and how the so called scientists of the time, just a bunch of white men, saying that black people are inferior because of this, they were trying to use science as well as religion to justify slavery. They had to use that justification to keep that system going. Because think about it. What if they had just used other white people? I don't think slavery would have lasted nearly as long if they used just white people as chattel to further America's economy. The only reason why America is here today is quite simply because of its long history of exploited labor. And of course, mass genocide. So I feel like white supremacy came first, capitalism came afterward. White supremacy created most, if not all, of our current problems. Amen. I agree. Big government is the true enemy. Okay, champ. Whatever you say. Race may be a problem where you are, but it's not here. Where is here? Where is here? You just said that Hog Wild 1620 that race is not a problem here. Where's here? White supremacy doesn't exist. Oh, sweet summer child. Race is only an issue when you make it an issue. To a point, I would have to agree with you because who made it an issue? White people. Putting in the work, another nonsense phrase used by crazy people to when avoiding details. What? What? I feel like putting in the work is a call to action, meaning there's raising awareness, and then that's putting that awareness to action. Put those words to action. Otherwise, what would have been the point of protesting in the first place? Minorities are responsible for the majority of the crime. Yee yee. Okay. Democrats founded the KKK, and now the KKK supports Republicans. It's almost like there was a party switch. Stop living in the past. What past? Racism is still alive currently. I feel like racism is the least of our worries. Racism is the least of whose worries? What white people are we talking about? The racist ones? Racism will never end, unfortunately. In our time, it's been this way for thousands of years. Very sad. To be perfectly honest with you, um, I read this sermon by Dr. King. It's in this book called A Knock at Midnight, and it's a collection of sermons that he gave. So, one of the sermons that he gave, it was about loving your enemy. And a lot of racist white people like to tokenize what he meant by that. But in all seriousness, because at first I got mad when I saw the title of the sermon, but it wasn't until I started reading it that I started to understand. He said that there will be people that don't like you. There will be people that don't like your hair, the way you talk, or whatever it is. But guess what? It's about dismantling the system that oppresses you. So, to be perfectly honest with you, you don't have to like black people. I just don't want there to be a system put in place where you can put that hatred to action. Get it? Because you can continue to hate from the outside of the club with no chance of getting in, just as long as you don't use racism as a tool to disenfranchise a race of people. Loving your enemy quite simply means dismantling a system that will disenfranchise you both. And it's so sad that we're still having to have this conversation. Why do you have to make everything about race? Why do you center race so much? And it's like, if you look at the history of unions in this country, for example, unions led by white people, do you think they wanted to hire black people? Even during the time of slavery within the northern states, there were plenty of conversations about wage slavery. When I read this book, How the Irish Became White, it talked about labor movements that Irish folks were a part of. And it said that they were more concerned about the worker in the North, the Irish worker in the North, not the black person in bondage down South. They were more concerned about wage slavery and how capitalists were stealing their wages and forcing them to work in inhumane conditions, and then would go as far as to say that black people in bondage had it easier than them because they don't have to choose which master to serve. And a whole bunch of weird nonsense. So looking at the talking points of today, I see that we haven't really changed all that much as a society. You're talking about issues that affect black people, but what about this? And what about isms? During the time of slavery, they would say, yes, slavery is happening, but what about the children that are working in the factory? What about them? Those were the type of whataboutisms that they used at the time. I feel like the most important conversation to have if you're going to teach slavery in American classrooms is to talk about the talking points that white people used to justify why slavery should still continue. That's my honest to God opinion on that. 2 million blacks. It's not a very good way to start off a sentence is to say 2 million blacks. But anyways, migrate to US annual. I wonder if it's because America is racist. Bro, I need you to analyze what the hell you just said. Um there are people from Afghanistan coming here to seek asylum. Are they coming here because they love America? No, they're coming here because they are trying to escape something that leftists like to call imperialism. And then, on the other side of that coin, let's look at Haitian refugees. Apparently, it's okay to whip Haitian refugees at the border, but be more accepting of refugees from Afghanistan. There is so much anti blackness within this country, it's ridiculous. And I don't know why it is that we're still here, but we're here. We're here. We are still here talking about racism and how it's still, real. Why are we still even at this point? Because it seems redundant. It really does. It seems like we're never going to get past just having that conversation before any real change happens. Y'all will do anything to derail the conversation. How did we get here? And all of this. Y'all will be more likely to say that black people are racist before analyzing how racist white people have been. I mean, you're doing it now, obviously, but I just find that intriguing is that you are so quick to remove the spotlight from your bigotry and you will throw any and everybody you can under the bus because you don't want to address it. You don't. It makes you uncomfortable. History is not supposed to be pretty. It's not supposed to be happy-go-lucky. When you're learning about history, it's not to feel pride about where you live. It's quite simply just to learn about where you live. You feel pride from the culture that you're a part of, not because of the history of the place of where you live. Honestly, if you enter into this live stream and the very first thing you comment is minorities create the majority of the crime, leave. Leave. Because you as a white person are quite literally saying all of the brown people are aggressive and angry and it upsets me and they're the true problem. That's what you're saying. That is what you are saying. And I have nothing further to say to you if that's what you believe about brown and black people. No further conversation to be had. See, and that's why I like when Republicans show their racism and spout all of these microaggressions versus liberals. Because at least Republicans are upfront with being racist. I don't have to go through their words with a fine-tooth comb to see where the microaggressions are. They just put that up front first. They put that nice and on display. We can keep this conversation short if that's how you really feel about black and brown folks. Okay. Way to make that known. But then you have the white liberal moderates. And Dr. King had a few choice words to say about them too. When he wrote that letter when he was sitting in that Birmingham jail, he was writing about how he truly felt about white liberal moderates. Malcolm X, too. Black people have already had the conversation about white liberal moderates. We understand the assignment. That's why I often like to say to white folks, no matter what their political affiliation is, you are capable of being racist. It does not matter what political party you claim. I don't care if you're a Democrat. I don't care if you're a Republican. Racism is a thing, and you're capable of upholding that system. When you blatantly choose to center white voices on issues that affect black and brown people more than you're contributing to that system, whether you like it or not. It goes much farther than saying the N word. It goes much farther than calling every black man you see a thug. What about the black racists? I swear, y'all need a new playbook. Most racist people are immigrants and in the North. Honey, wow. Unpack that. Unpack that. There's no racism on the south side of Chicago. Crime rate is over 20%. Really, white man? You went to the south side of Chicago, analyzed and said there's no racism here, but there sure is a lot of crime. Oh. Southern states were blue till 92. Fact check that. Honestly, the best part that I loved about reading this book, How the Irish Became White, is that it quite literally did a breakdown of how we have political parties today. How did the Republican Party become what it is today? How did the Democratic Party become what it is today? It's a very long history, and it involves so much nativism, anti-immigrant, anti-black um, sentiment. That is the entirety of the history. Well, that and which states should enter the union, and um, then of course we had the Civil War, which quite literally was about whether or not we keep the institution of slavery. And then the best part about this is that there will be white people that will fight tooth and nail and say that what Abraham Lincoln is the savior of black people. How was he racist? Y'all will get triggered if I say that Abraham Lincoln is not the definition of what a white ally is supposed to be. Only because you will say, what? He wrote the Emancipation Proclamation. What do you mean? He's not an ally. I don't think you looked at Lincoln's speeches to determine why he might not be considered a white ally to black people. Because he thought that black people were an inferior race too. He also thought that black people should all just go to Central America and that would be solving the slavery problem. When he saw what the American Colonization Society was doing, when he said, oh yeah, the ACS, they're, sending black people to Liberia, we should send black people to Central America. It's closer. We'll save more money that way. In fact, I remember I read in this book about Abraham Lincoln and few interactions that he's had with Frederick Douglass. And he had a meeting with some black clergymen in 1860. Let me look that up right fast because I wrote it down somewhere. Let me. Because I don't want to get this date wrong. I'm on my laptop either way. Do do do. So I'm on the blog section of soequity.org. And when I write blogs, I put the references, as in the books where I got the information from, right at the bottom of the blog post so that when people read them, they know exactly where I got the information from and they can go read that information for themselves. They don't necessarily have to agree with me. Okay, so right here, Lincoln held a meeting in 1862, mostly black clergymen, and promoted the idea that black people should emigrate to Central America. And he went on to say that your race are suffering, in my judgment, the greatest wrong inflicted on any people. But even when you cease to be slaves, you are yet far removed from being placed on an equality with the white race. Perhaps it is better for both of us to be separated. How's that for a house divided? He said that shit. You honestly are only repeating others. You actually don't know what you're talking about. You know what? Yep, I don't know what I'm talking about so much to the point where I read books so that I may learn. Name one country with a better system. Anyone that doesn't participate in capitalism, I suppose. But it's, we have this issue of imperialism that, we kind of bomb other countries, put embargoes in place. It's a whole bunch of shisty, backhanded crap that America does. And then its people will turn around and say, "Well, look, that country is a crap hole. We have it so much better over here." And it's like, well, if we didn't drop bombs on it, they probably would be better off. Oh well. Hmm. You are obviously ignoring the comments here that are spoken by people who are correct. You think these people are correct, but honestly, they just make you feel more comfortable in your whiteness. Doesn't make them correct, just makes them bigots, honestly. Okay, Amory underscore Serene. Please answer me this. What if white people had a white entertainment television channel? You don't have to ask me what if. You already have. How long do you think before black people were allowed to even act in Hollywood? You didn't have to call it white entertainment television. You could just call it television in America. I posted this on my personal Facebook page. There was this one guy, he grew up in Shady Cove, Oregon, so white today, white, white, white. But anyway, so he grew up in a place like that. And so he had some questions about black representation. And so I answered it. I said that my great grandmother had a huge collection of Shirley Temple movies. And I said in the video that there's nothing inherently wrong with that. But then when you look at the fact that Shirley Temple was in movies that advocated for blackface minstrelsy, you tend to have a problem. And that's just it. When our grandparents, great grandparents, when they were coming up, when they turned on the TV, who did they see? You, white people. White people were able to have um, characters um, with an in-depth analysis of what their character is supposed to be. They could be multifaceted. They could have range to them. And then the few times that our grandparents and great grandparents would look on television and see a black person, that black person was typically in a position of servitude to that white actor. And that is why representation is important. So, no, you didn't have to say white entertainment television. You just called it Hollywood. You just called it television. That's what we mean. You just called it Barbie. And it wasn't until the 80s that the Barbie company decided to come out with a black Barbie. It wasn't until the 80s that, oh, maybe representation is important. And so now we live in this time period where there are more dolls that are showing more representation, and not just with black people, but also kids with disabilities. Do you know? Why am I asking this? Why would you know? You don't know, because of that able-bodied privilege that we both have. But let me just say this. If I were a child with a disability and I was able to go to the store and pick out a doll that had the same disability that I have, I would want that doll. I would want it so bad because I see myself being represented. And that's the time period that we live in right now. But that's not the time period that our grandparents, great grandparents grew up in. The only representation there was white. That's why we say that in this country, white is the standard. That's why we say that I, as a black woman, when I look up hairstyles, I have to specifically type in black hairstyles because I'm looking for something that specifically is for me. But if you are a white woman, all you got to do is type in hairstyles. You don't have to say white. The majority of the United States population is white. You're living in a white dominant country. And that would be the issue, real James Harris. Why do we live in such a white country? Why? Why are so many black and brown folks talking about racism? You ignore most comments and spit your opinion that isn't factual. I literally sit up here and tell people what books I got this information from, and y'all will straight up say, that's a racist author. Let's not sit here and pretend like you looking to learn something. You're just looking to antagonize. Quite literally, the name of this live stream's the name of the title is Women's March While Black Part 2. Obviously, the issue that you had with that title was the word black. You won't speak about the truth. No, I won't speak about what the white man deems as the truth. That's your issue. Look at you. Slavery, past, racism, present. Next. Hey, what do you think about modern black racists? I don't particularly like Candace Owens. Statistics don't lie, sis. If you're not black, don't call me sis. I don't know you like that. We don't share the same black experience. You are weak. You only respond to the easy comments. Weak. I feel like you're upset because I won't give you any attention. I have a toddler that has the same problem. You need to escape the Democratic plantation. Bro, I could I don't know how many times do I have to say that it does not matter what political background you have. You as a white person are capable of saying a microaggression. You as a white person are capable of being racist. Oh goodness gracious. What else do we have here? Okay. Um you know what? Chris Big Spencer, your comment when you said, "Sister, you have the patience of a saint," replying to all this white ignorance and fragility. Okay, so hear me out. Um I did read Robin DiAngelo's book, White Fragility, and I follow this black female TikTok creator where she says that, she doesn't particularly care for the book because of how D'Angelo says that, oh, white people are fragile. White people are not fragile. They know exactly what they're doing. Um, if you recall that one incident where it was a white lady and a black man in Central Park, and the black man, all he asked her to do, politely even, was ask her to put a leash on her dog. So then, and this is all being recorded, and she straight up says, "I will call the cops and say there's an angry black man after me." They can't wait for cops to come and lynch us. That's not fragility. That's called manipulation. They're well aware of the privilege that they have. Or how about when that one dude, I don't have to say what color he is, we all know. When he went to go participate in the January 6th festivities, um, he tried to get back to the airport and go on a plane like ain't nothing happened. Like he ain't tried to straight up uh, commit um, an insurrection. And when he got apprehended by airport security, he was like, "You're treating me like a black person." They tell on themselves. That's not fragile. They know exactly what they're doing. That's aggression. White aggression. It wasn't white fragility that caused the bombings of black neighborhoods. That was called white aggression. When you see um, a white mob, they're trying to um, apparently start a race war. That's not fragility. It's aggression. You're not intelligent to see the difference. Okay. Oh my God. I don't think they said white liberal moderates. You are hilarious. Really? You don't think that Dr. King and Malcolm X wrote about the white liberal moderate? Okay. Just because you said it, sure. They didn't say anything about it. All right. Everyone is racial bias. Everyone who's not white is capable of having prejudice. But specifically with white people, you have the capability of being racist. And if you have an issue with that, take it up with your ancestors because they would be the reason for that distinction. Only racists care about race. I couldn't agree more. That's kind of what we're talking about, is that it's so embedded in our society. That's how much that America cares about racism. And then when the black and brown folks that are negatively affected by it speak up about it, you then try to call us the racists for pointing out the obvious. Sad, but that's the world that we live in. Can I ask you why every time I come on your live you talk about racism? Well, Clint Everett, if you don't like that I come on this live and talk about my experiences with racism, you could leave. Did you know that? Do you expect that black people should just perform for you? And it makes you upset that we're just mumbling about injustice? How dare us? Everyone is capable of being racist because my white privilege says so. No. Racism involves power. I do not have the power to oppress you. Why are you calling horse reins whips? Answer the questions I demand to be heard. I'm a white man. Why are you ignoring me? uh, Unpack that, said the woman who uses zero facts or evidence. I quite literally share book titles, but every time I share a book title, a white person will come on here and say, that's a racist author. Fake news. I have nothing else to say. It's like, okay, if you say so. Why are you being ignorant instead of graceful, queen? First of all, no. Just don't. Just no. uh, if a black person talking about their experience with racism makes you racist, you already were. Amen. 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 If you are automatically triggered by a black or brown person talking about their experience with racism as a white person, you are already racist. I also have the same conversation when I talk about when we date outside of our race, because I have dated outside of my race, and my experience with that is simply this: is that when there's a breakup, they say racial slurs afterwards, and I'm like, why? Why do you feel the need to use racial slurs after you experience a breakup with a black person while you yourself are not black? That means you were racist the entire time. It's just that a black person, quote unquote, pissed you off. And then you had to look in your old bag of tricks and use racial slurs. That's ridiculous. But it happens. Why you say why you just say we racist just because we white? Gestures at all of American history. That's your question? Did you give up the cookie? What? Well, my son is mixed. So, yeah. Um that's how my son has a white grandmother. It's how that works. And it's interesting too, because either um someone from the black community will look down on me. Not a lot, but it happens like a little bit of the time. They'll say, "Oh, you have your son's father is white. How dare you?" And I'm like, "Understand this. I'm a woman. I will date who is respecting me." And I thought at the time that he was respecting me because he didn't say racial slurs. He wasn't overtly racist. There was not a situation where I had to take a step back and analyze, is he disrespecting my race because I didn't get that vibe from him. But it wasn't until after something hit the fan and all of a sudden now it comes out. And it's interesting because as soon as he went to jail, and keep in mind he's white. So as soon as he went to jail for rape, do with that information what you will, but he's there because of that. He then says, I don't have privilege. I got my ass beat by cops. How can I possibly have white privilege? And I said, Levi, you got your ass whipped by cops over a crime you committed. There's a list of black people that were murdered by law enforcement quite simply for existing. You have privilege. It's just that you are now answering for a crime you committed. You didn't get your ass beat because you were white. You got your ass beat because you're a rapist. You didn't think to analyze that? But that was the issue. And had I known what he truly was, I would have sounded the alarm. I would have shouted it from the rooftops. This person ought not to be trusted. He doesn't respect women, let alone black women, so he should not be on the streets able to terrorize other women. That's something that I would have gone out and said, but that didn't happen because I did not know. But now that he's currently in prison, thank goodness. The internet is forever. Kids at school will tease your son for what? For being black or having a sperm donor that's a literal rapist. Which one? It's not about women. It's about politics. Well, unfortunately, women's rights to their own body is a topic of conversation for politicians. So, trashing his daddy. I mean, if you say so. Because honestly, and I'm going to try and say this the best way that I possibly can. Because we live in a society where rape culture is apparent, it's important to call out the BS. I know that we like to view rapists as these monsters, and of course they did it. But as a society, we don't prepare ourselves for what happens when that monster is somebody you know. And how, because it's somebody you know, you're less likely to believe that victim. We like to believe all the time that, rapists are always monsters. You can always tell, what one is. And that's not the case. They can be manipulators. They lie. They do any and everything possible to shield the truth of what their true nature is. It's an unfortunate part of our society that we do need to talk about, which is exactly why when I was at the Women's March, I said that if we're going to talk about rape culture and how we need to protect women, well, we also need to have the conversation about how toxic masculinity plays a role. We need to talk about the fact that we live in a society where we don't think that black boys or boys in general should have emotions. That it's too feminine to cry. Last I checked, they're human. Humans have the capability of crying. There's nothing to do with being feminine, but that's the world we live in. I don't believe in what you do, but I respect you. Have a good day. I mean, there's something about that where I don't believe that, but okay. LMAO, what is toxic masculinity? You. Next. If you had to laugh before saying, what is toxic masculinity? You. Look in the mirror. You. You don't think it's real and it's laughable to you. You're part of the problem. And I'm honestly ready to have the conversation, you know? I follow a plethora of black content creators, and one of my favorite ones, his handle is Pharaoh something. But anyway, so he is a black man and he's bisexual, and he, talks about the toxic beliefs that occur within the black community. How there will be black women that look down on bisexual men and say, oh, you just on the down low, or something like that. Frankly, this is also a conversation for the black community, but this is something that I agree with him on, is that yes, that is an occurrence. Because I dated this one guy back in high school. He was like the only other black guy. Anyway, so his name's Mario. He was from Vegas or whatever. So we dated for 3 weeks. So I wouldn't even count that. But the experience that I have is this with him, is that he was like, oh, gay sex is a sin, or, something like that. And I'm like, Mario, we black. We have absolutely no reason to be saying who should and shouldn't have rights when we're still fighting about that same topic. What are you doing? And so I've come to learn that that was his way of seeing what kind of person he was hanging out around. Would I be accepting of gay people? Because a couple years later, he came out as gay. And it's like, well, you just never felt comfortable in your sexuality, and you have to do all of these mental gymnastics just to determine if you're around particularly a black person that is accepting of homosexuality. And that's so terrible. Amen. Google, I don't owe you an education. I cannot agree with that more. Fantastic. I'm going to use that line next. I don't owe you an education. Okay, so we have a black child as your profile photo. Justin Kakara. What was the reason you had to post that? LMAO, the guy switched up after being with you. Have the white people chosen you yet? What was the reason for that? I swear. Bunch of dusties. Abortion is murder. Yeah, okay. I want to know, in what way do I need to be humbled exactly? Because I never said that I know any and everything under the sun. All I do is talk about my black experience. That's all I do on here, is I talk about my black experience. White people get offended. There will be some black folks like the pick me that just came through, Justin Kinkara, that will tap dance for those same white folks. And sometimes I will bring up topics that the black community needs to have because of people like him. Because I'm not going to lie, when I was first growing up, my dad's side of the family was Jehovah's Witness. My mom's side of the family was Baptist. Do you think that homosexuality was something that was celebrated in my house. So it takes a lot of growth in this line of work. If you're going to call yourself a social justice activist, that has to include everybody. And this is something else that I brought up at the Women's March too. I said, do you remember um, the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 2? And then that's when I said, I didn't read the books. I was not invested in reading the Hunger Games books because if I wanted to learn about a dystopian world, I, as a black woman, should just look outside. That's something I said. But I did watch the movie though. So when I watched part two, again, I brought this up at the protest, at the Women's March. I said that Katniss was instructed to shoot the previous dictator in power. That was her job. They had a conference about it. The woman that was leading the resistance, the revolution, she was like, "What are your thoughts, Katniss, on having a mock Hunger Games and do to the bourgeoisie what they did to us?" So Katniss at first said, "Oh, is that what we doing? Okay." And then when the time came for her to shoot the previous guy in power, instead she skewered the woman of the resistance. She killed the person that was supposed to be the next person in power. And the reason why she did that was because the whole entire point of dismantling a system is to do just that, dismantle the system. That does not mean keep that same system and then do the exact opposite of what was done to you, but then switch it and do it to somebody else that isn't you. Because that's not dismantling the system, that's just keeping it in place, but doing it to people that you don't like. And that's not what we're about. You need to wake up, sister. You could be so much. No, you need to wake up because you the one in my comments talking about some abortion is murder. Go sit down somewhere. Your attitude is sour and you can be humble instead of hypocritical. How am I hypocritical? How am I hypocritical? Because so far, the only thing that I've done is piss off white people by talking about my experience of racism caused by white people. And then I have the same conversation of we need to address these topics in the black community. And there will be some random dusties who will say abortion is murder or, some crap like that. Like homosexuality is a sin and some other hotep nonsense. Are you racist against white people? Well, that's just it. I don't have the power to oppress white people. I can be prejudiced, though. And that's not because, there's some hatred for no reason. It's a track record. It is a track record of um, white folks spouting microaggressions in my face or being all out racist behind closed doors when there are no black or brown people present. So the prejudice comes from a survival mechanism. It's not going to be as obvious as seeing a white person in a Klan robe and having that as an indicator to let me know that that's not a safe white person to be around. It comes in other forms. They're not going to be as obvious about it. Why are you so obsessed with race? Why did white people invent race? Start with that. Mhm. That would defeat the purpose. Fading underscore with underscore beauty. You say, seems like you will only be happy if others hurt and suffer as if you did. Girl, bye. Um, First of all, why do you get to set the standard for what is considered suffering in my experience? That's weird. Unpack that. Second, I literally just explained the same exact thing that I said at the Women's March about Hunger Games Part 2, the Mockingjay Part 2, um, about the reason why the author wrote that scene the way that she did. Katniss shot the next dictator that was supposed to be in power because that dictator straight up said, instead of dismantling the system, let's hold a mock Hunger Games and do to the rich what they did to us. That's not dismantling the system. That's keeping it in place and just doing it to people you don't like because they did that to you. That's not solving the problem. It's not, because the system is still there. It's like you missed the point of Animal Farm. And that's also something that I said at the Women's March. That's why people will ask me to speak at their marches, is because I will say some stuff like that. And when I talk to other social justice activists, I say that social justice is not about centering your ego. Personally, you in this business, you will work with people you don't like. But that's just it. I'm not telling you that you have to sing kumbaya with every person you see. Nope. No, no, no. All I'm saying is you want to dismantle the system that could kill you both. That's the point. Is that it's not about liking people. I don't have to like you. Personally, don't want to be around you. But guess what? I'm no better if I sit silently and watch the same system that tries to kill me kill you. That makes no sense. And at that point, I would be a hypocrite. See? We don't like you either. You didn't have to tell me that you didn't like me. When I heard about what happened in Newburgh, Oregon, when those racist white kids was holding an online slave auction of their black classmates, yeah, I kind of figured you didn't like black people. You didn't have to say it. We know. The Vatican literally commissioned a gay dude to draw Jesus and y'all loved it. Amen! So good. Sometimes I love when the internet delivers. So it's all white people you have a prejudice for. To put it quite simply, yeah. Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. Yep. Yeah. Do I wish harm on white people systemically? Nope. Nope, because that's not solving the problem. When you learned about American history, did you think that people of color and black people especially um would just automatically trust all white people in their totality? That's a fair question that I'm asking. Did you think that after manifest destiny, slavery, Jim Crow, um did you think we would be cool individually, individual white folks as individuals, like depending on the person, um I could have a positive interaction with them. Yes, I have a white roommate. And like I said before, the father of my child is white. Obviously, during our interactions, he was not problematic. He got problematic later. And if I had known that he felt that strongly, I would have never let the whole thing continue. And I see this issue go on in my comment section with white guys that have black girlfriends, is that if you feel so confident as a white person to speak over a black person when they're talking about their experience with racism, I automatically know that the black person you're with is problematic. Because when I dated outside of my race, I'll be damned if my white partner is speaking over any person of color or black person about racism. I'll be damned. And that's just facts. Because if the black community is having a conversation with the black community about racism, why are you talking? People aren't even here now that War Hood's still just crying about old shit. That kind of racial hatred doesn't go away. You act like Klan members didn't go home and have kids. So sad. It's funny how racists keep saying bye and not actually leaving. Ain't it? Ain't it? Thank you, Priscilla underscore Powers, because that is some real stuff. It's like if I say bye, I'ma leave. Hmm. In fact, if I know it's a person that I don't like that's speaking, I don't even show up. But these people will show up. When I looked at my friend following, as in, who's following me on TikTok, all of the TikTok handles I recognize as people being microaggressive in my comment section. But then you start following me on TikTok. Obviously, if something that I said offended you, but you follow me on TikTok anyway, that's weird. Clearly, you're obsessed with me and whatever I got going on over here, and you just can't leave me alone. Okay. Morgan Freeman said it best. Yes, white people will tokenize any black person that will say, no, we shouldn't have a Black History Month. History is history. I swear, y'all will tokenize Morgan Freeman and Terry Crews. And it's so sad that Terry Crews ended up, being complacent, because it's like in your Hollywood career, a lot of your characters were supposed to be the stereotypical thug. That's the weird part, is that when you played in the damn Friday movies, that was your job. You supposed to be the black man that white people say that all black men are. That was your whole character. And now you want to talk about creating our own success or whatever the hell. You're judging them already. It's a two-way street. Bro, are you I wonder, Justin Kakara, are you really a black man, and be honest, or did you just take a random photo from the internet, make that your profile photo, and then go on TikTok? It's a question I'm asking, because apparently there's this trend where some white folks, not all, will get random photos of black people off of the internet and then create dummy accounts and then go troll people. I really hope you're not one of those people. So you say that, oh, you're judging them already. It's a two-way street. I don't think you understand. Um, if I see a white man with a pickup truck that has a Trump flag in the back, I automatically know to avoid that white person. It's called safety, literally. And then switch that. If I see a white person with a Biden flag, I don't automatically think they're safe either, because they could be potentially one of those people that believes that Biden is just going to come in and fix racism. They're not going to um they're going to feel uncomfortable if I start talking about Biden's racial past. You see that? Nothing to do with political affiliation, but everything to do with your motives, I question. The system that you keep voting for every season. I mean, I'm 26 years old. Um, I feel like I've participated in more local elections because I live in Oregon, vote by mail, versus actually participating in presidential elections. To be perfectly honest with you, um, that has been a question that has gone through my mind quite a few times, is what would be true liberation? And talking to other leftists, there's a consensus that um, voting is not the way. Voting ain't it. Voting is not going to change anything. Voting in a two-party system is a gimmick. And honestly, I'm in agreement. I am in agreement. When you look up the history of how these political platforms came to be, the correct conclusion to draw would be that there is specifically no political party in America that has the interests of Black people at heart. There's not. And then on the other side of things, um, there's straight up anarchy and all of this. Already, racist white folks like to gaslight and say that, oh, but you think stealing and looting is the answer. That's not the answer. We need to go about this peacefully. Dr. King was peaceful. Why can't you be peaceful? Nonsense, right? So I was reading this book about Black liberation, and I came across a historical figure by the name of Henry M. Turner. And I feel like his quote holds true today. I'll read it to you. Okay. So, in the same blog post that I wrote, the name of the blog post is called Go Back to Africa, because that is something that white people tell me all the time. Um, a key player in the African American exodus was Bishop Henry M. Turner, who was born free in South Carolina and became a preacher before the Civil War. During the era of Reconstruction, he held minor positions in office as a Republican, but the upward mobility he wanted for the Black race was denied by white controlled Georgia because the legislature refused to seat Black people. The Supreme Court ruling in 1883 that the Civil Rights Act of 1875 was unconstitutional was what sealed his belief that white people were vehemently opposed to Black equality. At an immigration convention in 1893, he stated that "for God hates the submission of cowardice." But on the other hand, to talk about physical resistance is literally madness. The idea of 8 or 10 million ex-slaves contending with 60 million people of the most powerful race under heaven. Obviously, the only alternative was a mass exodus. So do with that information what you will. So it's hard that these are the extremes that we have. This isn't very difficult. They ain't ready. I mean, I'm in agreement there. They really don't get it. Stop making skin color relevant. Stop tap dancing for white people. Is what I'd have to say to that. D underscore me underscore try underscore ooze. You said people change sometimes for the worse. You aren't a mind reader. Facts. Had I known that my ex was going to be like that, would have never had a child. Because honestly, having a mixed child and having to explain to that child that um, their sperm donor would be complacent with racism, that's a tough conversation to have. No one wants to have that conversation. MLK would disapprove of your rhetoric, and of course, you as a white guy would know exactly what MLK meant. Sure. It's my damn name. We love a lot of black people, the ones that have common sense and a soul. The fact that you said we love black people, but just the ones we like. Oh my God. In your experience, are things getting better or worse? FYI, I am not from the USA. Okay, Bob Nayri. In the past couple years, I'd have to say no. Things are not getting better. Things truly are getting worse. And I say that because when I was looking up information on the talking points that white people used back during the time of slavery to justify why slavery should still be intact as an institution, um, it's very similar to what they say today. And the fact that back then they gaslit the oppression of black people, and today they say, "Oh, that was so long ago. You're playing victim now. There is no more racism. How dare you bring it up? In fact, you're the racist for bringing it up." The reason why I say that it's gotten worse is because if if they're not seeing a black person being murdered every day on TV, if they're not seeing a black person in chains on TV every day, if they don't hear another white person that isn't them say the N word every single day, then no, they're not going to believe that racism is still here and still intact. They don't want to learn about redlining. They don't want to talk about medical racism. They don't want to talk about the wage gap. It ruins the fantasy that they have that racism went to sleep with Dr. King. Hate to break it to you. Dr. King was murdered. 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 The fact that racist white people feel the need to bring up Dr. King and say, Dr. King would not approve of this Negro. Bold of you to assume you had an opinion on that. And the fact that they say this isn't what Dr. King would have wanted. He was about nonviolence, just nonviolence. You blacks aren't being nonviolent. Therefore, this movement is irrelevant. It's incorrect. Y'all still murdered Dr. King though. What? Obviously nonviolence didn't work if y'all murdered the guy that preached nonviolence. You see how that's weird? Amen. When did Dr. King give white people authorization to speak on him? That's what I want to know. Oh God. Imagine being an immigrant and you come to this country and then you say the one black president divided the country more than any other president. Shut the hell up. No. This country has always been divided. It's not going to take one person to divide it. And it's not going to take one person to unify it. And then that's another thing. Why? Why are we now obsessed with the word unity? What makes you believe that I want to unite with white supremacists? I don't want to unite with you. Who said that? Just like I don't want to unite with Nazis. I would hope that other people don't want to unite with them either. That's the thing. What? So she encourages the violence. See, the colored encourage the violence. What? Lunny lib. I agree. Today's politicians use black people for votes and forget about them after election day. What do you mean today's politicians? That's always been a thing. You think this is the first time that that's happened? That's the problem, is that you think that this is the first time. We've been through this already. She's a liar. Na, na, na. So much microaggressive nonsense. Y'all need to find something else better to do. But anyways, as I sift through all of these comments, good Lord. The point that I want to drive home for everyone is that black women were in my comments on a TikTok that I posted about going to a women's march while black. They said everything from, sis, what is you doing in Oregon, to I thought we wasn't going to go to that. And I get it. I understand why we're upset. They don't. That's why I was there. A lot of times, simply because of the climate here in Oregon, a protest will be the first time that a white person will hear from black people what the black experience is. And I'm not even exaggerating. That's what happens. And honestly, when I interact with people that live in the same community that I live in, and in this scenario, there'll be people of color, um, and they say, "Hey, what do you do for a living?" And then I go, "I work for a racial equity group." At no time has any person of color stuck up their nose to me or said that what I was doing was terrible. In Southern Oregon, when I tell people of color what I do for a living, they say, "Thank you for everything that you do and keep up the great work." So clearly, in Southern Oregon, where it is predominantly white, the brown people that live here are happy as hell of the work that I do and want me to continue. And as long as black and brown kids feel comfortable enough to walk up to me randomly and go, "So where I live is like completely racist. Here's my experience with how racist it's been. Here's my interactions with the white people that live in my neighborhood and all of these things." As long as black and brown kids feel comfortable enough to tell me about these things, I'll continue doing what I do. And a lot of you are, probably going, "Oh, that didn't really happen, blah, blah, blah," talking out the side of your neck, cry about it, lib, whatever, what have you. Understand this. So Equity is a grassroots organization. We've had humble beginnings just like any other. Last year, when we were first starting out, we were helping Oregonians in the fire relief effort here in the state of Oregon. We have fire season. People have lost their homes. It's been really rough. And so we were helping people get into motel rooms. We were helping people get furniture for their new apartments and, all of this stuff. And then once we were done with the fire relief efforts, we then did this whole, it was supposed to be a barbecue, but it ended up being a protest. And it wasn't even our fault. And I'll tell you how it happened. So Equity got famous in Southern Oregon because of one incident. We went to Rogue River, Oregon, and we were supposed to have a barbecue so that the kids that live in Rogue River could talk about their experiences with racism. And for the black people that are in my comments wondering why the hell would my black ass be in any place called Rogue River, I'll tell you, because I needed a babysitter for my son so that I could go to a protest up in Coos Bay where I learned about Alonzo Tucker. So then when I got back to Rogue River, after going to Coos Bay, the sweet old lady that was watching my son for me has mixed granddaughters. They're like white and Mexican or something like that. So I'm like, "Oh, okay. So you wanted to talk to me about something?" And these little girls were like, "Yeah, so Rogue River is racist AF." And I was like, "Go on. What's going on in Rogue River that you wanted me to know about?" So then they tell me. And the funny part is that again, I said to these little girls, I said, "Listen, so I can't promise anything right now, but I'm going to come back to Rogue River with the rest of the So Equity team, and we're going to address this. You feel a certain way about your community, and I want to make sure that your voice is heard. So we're going to have a barbecue, and I want you and the rest of your friends that feel the same way, that didn't feel comfortable talking about racism before, I want you to feel comfortable talking about it now." Cool, cool. So, and I'm a little upset because I have a Costco membership and I went to Costco. I got so many hamburger and hot dog buns and all of this, and it's a little upsetting. But anyway, so we tried booking the event, and then next thing we know, the people that owned the community center or whatever, in this place called Weimar, which is near Rogue River, but I think that's the only place where they have a community center. It's very yee yee out here. But anyways, so they said that, oh, we can't accept the booking because of politics or whatever it is. So then that's what initially set us off, is that we originally paid the money and booked a place to have the barbecue, but then they basically spooked them damn selves, like their damn selves, because they thought, and this was their logic, that Antifa was going to burn down their town or whatever yee nonsense they came up with. And we're like, literally none of that happened. So then what ended up happening was that one of their own townsfolk, graffitied all over the community center we were supposed to have the barbecue at. They did that to their own communities, and then they wanted to blame it on Antifa. And we're like, how weird is that? That you graffitied your own community center because you were afraid that black people were going to do it. How much sense does that make? So then, we had this protest for about 4 hours. So instead of barbecuing the burgers and the hot dogs and whatnot, I had one of our volunteers take the frozen meat out of my car. And I was like, listen, I need you to go take this back to Medford and just cook it on the grill there and feed people at Hawthorne. I don't want to, let this go to waste. So that's what ended up happening, is that those same mixed girls watched their town fly Trump and Confederate flags and say, we don't want no BLM here. You're going to destroy our town. No Antifa. They watched their entire town do that. And then they watched other people from their town stand with us and say, what are you guys even doing? What are you talking about? The funny part about this is their own town showed their true colors and they don't even know what they did. They don't know the gravity of the situation. Those girls knew the climate, the kind of town that they lived in. But they knew that there was at least one person that they could go to about their experiences with racism, and that what they were saying wasn't going to go unheard. And honestly, that's my job. So then, after that happened, after our live stream of 4 hours of footage of us being screamed at by white supremacists, let me tell you something. We received so many donations after that. Listen, these yee yokels were yelling and screaming when we had a pastor give a sermon on our side. They were still screaming. And I'm like, y'all are crazy. He's just a pastor. Why you gotta yell and scream like that? Relax. But we ended up getting news coverage, and people wanted to donate to Sow Equity after that, after what they saw. Some people moved out of Rogue River because they didn't realize it was that racist. Shouldn't you be looting or something? The fact that you think all black people be looting, like, okay. She never capped so much in her life. You think that I'm lying? Okay. Look up So Equity and Rogue River. Look it up. There's news articles written about us. I don't have to lie about shit. She is joking about all this, right? I really wish I were. Look it up. There's news articles written about So Equity. It happened. Rogue River. I swear. Not everybody who gets on the internet is lying about something. Sometimes we just tell the truth because the truth really is that ridiculous. There's absolutely nothing that I could possibly tell you that would get you to believe that these things happen. And that's fine. That's something that I expect. Let's not sit here and pretend like y'all are genuinely concerned about black and brown issues when you assume that all black and brown people is out here looting and shit. This lady is the definition of cap. It's so weird. Why do white people use African American vernacular English, but then turn around and say black people don't have a culture? That's what I want to know. But to be perfectly honest with you, if you think it's all cap, Google it. I cannot make this shit up. Feel free to go ahead and Google yourself. In fact, you can even go to the So Equity website because we still have pictures from that demonstration. I want to know why you assume they are white because they fit a description. That's why they fit a description. Yep. Ha ha ha, you assume all white people are the same. I believe racism is the same. I know very much that white people are different. I have gone to a white middle school, a white high school. Oh, yeah, white people are absolutely different. The racism, though, is still very much the same. I can tell you one thing, there is an absolute distinctive difference between a prep and a emo. Imagine being racist in 2021. Yeah, look in a mirror. Why are some of you so pressed to deny reality? There's a name for it. Amen. Amen. Oh my God. Oh, I didn't assume you were racist because you were white. I assumed you were racist because you're racist. Honey, if there's one person that didn't understand the meaning behind Animal Farm, it would be you. And here's another thing that I want to put out there into the atmosphere. Um, when not white people that are genuinely asking, but the white people that are just trying to be condescending. Just y'all, the ones that are trying to be condescending to black people. So when you say to a black person condescendingly, what is systemic racism? What is white privilege? I don't believe you. Why do you feel the need to do that? Because if I'm about to put in the work, keyword being the work, and educating you, I'm going to need a check. I'm going to need a check. So you think that black people are always asking for handouts? See, you do realize that classically that is racist. Asking for handouts per usual. I don't think there's any race of people that ask for handouts more than racist white folks. Because y'all didn't pick your own damn cotton. You didn't harvest your own indigo, harvest your own tobacco. You had your hand out and forced other people to do that. And then when I say, if I'm putting in the work to educate you about racism, why aren't you paying me? I'm working. I am providing a service. And so you need to provide the check for said service, which brings me to what it is that I do for a living. People want to know, I tell them, I am the research director of a racial equity group. Some people say yay, other people say boo, what you're doing isn't real, but the checks are. What an imaginary job. I'm white and I didn't agree with what you provided as your place of employment, therefore it's invalid. That's what you sound like, you chode. Sir, I can assure you the checks are real. The lights are on. People are eating at my table. And that's what I'm saying, is that, you know what? This is what I mean. I'll give you an example. Since you don't believe that what I do is valid, I'll clue you in. I know you're not going to believe me because that's what y'all do, but I'll let you know. So I tell people in basically every live stream that I do that I did an Uncle Tom's Cabin book discussion, because in a literary and a historical sense, I talk about the same exact topics, whether that's racism or colorism. And because of this book discussion, I got paid $500 to every Sunday for 8 weeks talk about a book and race relations. And I only had to talk about it for an hour and a half for 8 of those Sundays. $500. That would be an example of me getting paid to talk about race. So this is what I mean when I say, oh, you want black people to put in the work to talk about race relations, you need to pay them. Because if I'm going to talk about race and you want to learn, provide the check. Because otherwise it is a waste of time. Time is money. I swear, y'all are on board with capitalism until black people capitalize off of it. Black people and women. Remember the OnlyFans debacle? So many incels were upset that women of all shades were profiting from making money on OnlyFans. Let me tell you something. Sex work is a job. That is a job like any other. That is an independent contractor. And the fact that so many chodes were like, ha ha ha, OnlyFans banned sexual content. Looks like you got to go and get a real job. And it's like, what? And that's just it. You think that sex work isn't real work? Oh, but it's okay for you to ask a girl for nudes for free. It's like, if you broke, just say that. If you couldn't afford nudes, just say that. Someone lynched this girl. So we didn't think that that was racist. How you going to say Jesus love her all day, but then post someone lynched this girl? Wow. Okay. Somebody need to screenshot this one. I'm going to leave it up for a few more seconds before I delete her. Ugh, look at you. Oh my God, your face look like a foot. I know why you mad. They love it when OnlyFans creators get their pictures leaked, but hate it when people pay for them. Exactly. Exactly. And why are you mad? You tell a girl to go get a job, so then you get mad because she makes money without even actually leaving her house. From the comfort of her home, you're upset that a woman can take pictures of herself and then profit off of it. Where's the where's the lie? Oh Jesus. Ugh. Ew. Seriously, if y'all gonna talk about lynching people, then automatic blocked. Cause I mean, you're proving my point, but still. Oh look, all of Michael David's friends are showing up. Literally, literally. All right, it's goddamn ridiculous. Let me just sit back and watch the caucasity unfold. What do we got going on? Here's what I want to know. Are there any black people participating in this live right now that has had experience dating outside of their race? That would be great if we can talk about that. Because I do want to talk to somebody about that. If you black and you dated outside of your race, what happened? Because sometimes I get on lives and I talk about this shit all, quite a bit. It's usually not the basis of why I'm going live. It usually comes up later. But do you need a moderator? I mean, I don't really see the need. Because it's like, if you can still be racist and then you see an accumulation of racist comments in a black person's live feed, I don't really have to prove that racism is still alive. Y'all kind of just do that work for me. Y'all the ones out here working for free. I'm married to a black woman. We have a kid. I don't speak on her behalf, and she don't get into it. Okay, I guess that's fair. Michael David, man, you're going to get infamous for a variety of reasons. But anyway, so your question was, why does it even matter about people dating outside of their same racial pool? I'll tell you why. Because in my experience of dating, when I was with a black man and we broke up, he didn't start calling me racial slurs. When I dated outside of my race and I broke up with that white guy, oh, he got beside himself and started calling me racial slurs. That would be the difference. That's why. That's why. That's an example of fetishization. Is that, you date that person of color or black person because you only view them as sexual objects. And then when that person makes you mad and y'all break up or something, and then you resort to saying racial slurs. You were racist the entire time. It's just that you chose after the breakup to then let your racism be known. Oh God, another flipping bot. Ew. You literally have a white baby daddy. I'm so confused. Okay, and I just told you. But instead of listening, you were just being condescending. And so that would be the reason why the entirety of the point was missed, is because you can't close your big mouth for even just a second to understand where a person of color or a black person was coming from when they talk about the racism that they've experienced while dating outside of their race. First, you say, what does it matter if a person dates outside of their race? And then you turn around and say, your baby daddy's literally white, literally white. I'm so confused. That would be why you're confused, white man. Trust me. I had the same issue with my ex. He did the same shit you did. Oh, Jesus. Ew. All of these bots coming in. Y'all need a hobby. Oh, these ain't bots, by the way. They are alternative profiles of actual people. And, that's kind of it. The fact that white folks have said, it's 2021, you're being racist. But then if I go live, there are literal white people saying, can we lynch you yet? It's almost like racism never died, guys. Ah, the quote unquote good doctor is back. Curve to your loins, everyone. They are troubled by your brilliance. I mean, all I do is read, give people the same information that I just learned, and they can take it upon themselves what they do with that information. I wouldn't call myself brilliant. I'm just, trying to make a difference and bringing up the historical context of why a particular action is racist. Because obviously, if it's racist, then there's a history behind why it's racist. It's like black people didn't wake up one day and collectively decide that this thing hurts our feelings. That's not how that works. Okay. If a person of the same race uses a racial slur towards their partner, is that racist? Honest question. Well, um, The best way that I can answer that question is from my own personal experience. So I had, obviously before I became a mom, but um I had this sneaky link. He was Jamaican. And if Mahogany God was a person, that was him. But anyway, so one day he said something really sexist and I didn't like it. So then I said the N word. He did not like this. He said, "What? I'm not black, I'm Jamaican." That will forever haunt my memory. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. You are at least 3 shades darker than me, and you fixed your lips to say that you're not black, you're Jamaican. Mm, it's something about that. So, honestly, if it's between black people, then it's not racist because black people do not have the power overall to oppress everybody else, especially in America. So we do not have the power behind it. So that's how I would explain that. You are making no difference. You are sowing more hate and division. Let me ask you something, Michael. Do you live in Southern Oregon? Do you? Because how can you say that I'm not making a difference if you're not personally here to see what difference there is or lack thereof? Somebody, sometimes we just need to acknowledge the fact that we need to stay in our own lane. So when people want to learn about racism, they come to me because education is my lane. Don't have to like it. Go repopulate the English countryside. Awesome. You keep saying they uneducated, white, and racist. Doesn't that make you racist? Okay, OICU 812 before Chris. That question was directed towards me. Again, um, the most simplistic way to define racism is prejudice plus power to equal racism. Black people do not have the power to oppress white people, so we can't be racist. However, the remainder is prejudice. Prejudice, on the other hand, everyone has the capability of being. But when it comes to white people specifically, whew, excuse me, bubbles, cores. Anyways, so when it comes to white people specifically, because of, the history of colonialism, you have the power to be racist because your ancestors worked so hard to create and uphold a system you benefit from to this day. Yeah. Drinking alcohol is bad for you. So is getting murdered by cops. Shit happens. Typically, the educated getting called racist by the uneducated. I remember when you first rolled up into my comments in the first live that I did, and you made it clear that you were an immigrant. It's like, imagine telling someone who was born in this country that the issues regarding the experiences that they have in said country is not real. And you had the privilege of coming here willingly. Okay. I have to say, though, drinking a Coors Banquet has got to be the whitest thing I've ever seen on here today. Well, to be perfectly honest with you, I'm not necessarily a fan of Old English. My bad. Sometimes I enjoy a Coors. Other times I just drink wine. Do all black people have to drink 40s? I wasn't aware. Perhaps we should bring that up at our next Black Empowerment meeting. Is that something we should talk about at the cookout? I'll be sure to put that in my itinerary. Yeah, her quote unquote job is reading books. It's part of it. Did y'all want to know the other part of my job? I'll tell you. So, the other part of my job, aside from reading books and telling people about them, if ever they had any questions, the other part is working with politicians here in the state of Oregon. That's the other part of my job. A couple weeks ago, I get an email randomly from a woman by the name of Akasha Lawrence. Akasha Lawrence was a previous House of Representatives member of the state of Oregon. So she contacted me and was like, hey, so we're getting a group of people together on a Zoom meeting, and we were wondering if you were interested to talk about House Bill 3112. And so, for those of you that do not know what House Bill 3112 is, it is a House bill that's about creating a cannabis equity group to empower Black and Brown and Indigenous folks in the cannabis industry. Because, as some of you may know, the cannabis industry is a white dominated field in Oregon. So, of course, I agreed. So then when I went to this meeting, they said that the reason that they were having this meeting was because they wanted to center the voices of other people that live in Oregon aside from Portland. Is that a lot of people that were working on this damn House bill were from Portland. And so they did not have the documented experiences of other people living within the state of Oregon. So clearly there's going to be some miscommunication there. So that's why I was there. One of the questions that was asked was, hey, this is the total amount of money that we propose that the state should spend for this equity group and getting Black, Brown, and Indigenous folks to participate in the cannabis industry. This is the number that we propose. So then when I took a look at the number, I said, this isn't enough. It's not enough. If you want black and brown folks to have the opportunities afforded to them to participate in the cannabis industry, you're going to have to look at the entire state here. We're going to have to spend a pretty penny on education alone for these black, brown, and indigenous folks if they want to get into the cannabis industry, just the education portion. Then after that, we need to take into account how much money land is, how much is water rights. We haven't even gotten to the equipment that it takes to grow cannabis. The number that they were, suggesting was laughable. But then again, that's why people email me, people call me, and they're like, "Hey, we need help with this." And I'm like, "Okay, I'll put on my thinking cap and help out." So yeah, that's the other part of my job, is that random politicians will email me, well, random politicians that are in Oregon specifically, and then we hash it out. We talk about it. Unfortunately, racism is a two-way street. What you mean? It's just white people. Like, black people can't return to sender. We can't do that. We did not put a system in place to disenfranchise white people. That has never happened. So that's why it's not a two-way street. We can hurt your feelings, but we can't, you know, hurt you systemically. I don't agree with a lot of what you say, but you do have an awesome laugh. You know what? I will take that backhanded compliment, Alan King 392. At least I now know why you're obsessed with me. It's because of my laugh. I hear it's infectious. No, it's just prejudice. Thank you. Thank you. It is just prejudice. That is a thing that occurs. Yes. What who's y'all exactly, Michael David? You said y'all changed the definition in 2019. It's strictly to believe one race is superior. What? At no time did I say that black people were ever better than white people. At no time did I ever say that. We're all Americans. Oh boy. Uh how do I say this? When the Constitution says that you're three-fifths of a person, maybe they didn't think that you were American when they put that in there. Um, if you wanted some more information on that, please look into Frederick Douglass. Yeah. No, anyone can be prejudiced. Specifically with white people, can they be racist? Again, because of your ancestors. They created the system that we currently have that will enable you to have privilege simply based off of you being white. Happy July 4th. Would you date a white guy? I already had a baby by one. If your question is, would I date one again? The answer is no. You aren't here willingly? Wow. Blacks can be racist to whites because in my whiteness I said so. Come on, Michael. Do better. The fact that this doctor, everyone take a look at this. Take a look at this real quick. If you in the comment section watching everything unfold, I need you to take a look at something. Remember when the good doctor said that she was leaving, she didn't want any part of this BS or whatever it is. Dr. Schumacher Beale, she straight up said, "Are we serving watermelon?" This is an excellent time to bring up the fact that we live in a color caste system. When immigrants come here to America, they learn where the black person's place is, and that is at the very bottom of the pecking order. It's another thing that my grandfather says a lot. Understand the pecking order. He was from West Virginia. But anyway, so this is a excellent, excellent example of when people of color that are immigrants that come to America and then they have this anti-blackness about them and then they fix their lips to say shit like, "Are we serving watermelon?" She doesn't even know the history behind, oh, black people are associated with watermelons. She has no idea where that racist phrase came from, but she uses it. Why is that? At what point in her destination from India to America did she learn the place of the Negro? And that is my job, is to educate people on that. It's American history with a spin. It's American history with some seasoning. That's my job. Gays for Trump. And the fact that you said, "Did I escape from a zoo?" Just the racism. It just, let's get you out of here. Uh, of course, Whiskey Trail. Of course, you would say that. And fried chicken. Look at me with my 9 followers. The fact that you have the Irish flag, just whatever. Next. Y'all love saying you love black people until they are conservative. Correction. This is why you need to stay out of black people business, Michael. We keep trying to tell your dumbass, but if you wanted to know, I'll tell you. Okay. When I led the book discussion on Uncle Tom's Cabin, we spent a very it was a calculated discussion when we got to the part of the story where Uncle Tom meets Sambo. For those of you that have not read Uncle Tom's Cabin, I wouldn't recommend it if you wanted to learn about slavery. There's plenty of other books that you could read instead. But for those of you that have read Uncle Tom's Cabin, I'm sorry. But anyways, so when we got to the part of talking about Sambo and how he is a black overseer and he outwardly shows zeal in hating people that look like him. Just keep that image in your mind for a second. When black people at the time were talking about ending slavery, do you think that they wanted to keep those same black people hating overseers enslaved? Do you think that when they wanted slavery to end, that they just wanted to enslave the people that they didn't like or just enslave the people that wished for their bondage instead? So clearly, when I'm talking about systemic racism, something that affects black and brown folks, do you think that I want that same system to just affect black conservatives instead, or just people that I don't like? The answer is no. I don't want that to happen because that's not addressing the system and getting rid of it. It's not. Honestly, the best way that I could explain it is um, you can read Zora Neale Hurston, who wrote an article called The Pet Negro System. You don't have to take my word for it. You can look at black authors that have literally written about this subject in the fucking 50s. Live with me. We can have some fun. I'm not going to take you up on that offer, Alan King 392. I saw well, I didn't have to see the movie Get Out. I understood the premise, though. I don't like that. 3112 is creating an equity group. Yes, in the cannabis industry, which is why she emailed me. I thought I went over this. Politician isn't a real job. Same with reading books. English teachers must hate you. Those English literature teachers, like they must really hate your guts. You know that not all white folks are bad. Okay, crazy hillbilly. I'll take you up on that. And I agree. I have met a handful of white people that believe in social justice, that hate white supremacy, that stand with Palestine, that hate fascism. I have met those white people. And you know what? They're all right in my book. If you hate reading books because knowledge hurts, just say that. Oh, this is why I get up in the morning. This is great. No. Michael David, you need to stop trying to speak on a community you're not a part of. Why are you trying to speak for black people? Black people can be anti-black. That's the word. And black people do not have the power to be racist. We are capable of being prejudiced because we're a human, but we don't have the power to act on that prejudice. Don't be dragged into that mess. I know it's so hard. It is so hard. Let's see where this goes. Oh Lord. It's a good thing I'm kind of buzzed for this.
Oh, it's all right. Buzz too.
So for everyone that doesn't know, this is Alan King 392.
Affirmative. So how you doing tonight?
Chilling.
Right. I see. At least you got some cores. I ran out. I got to go get some more.
Where do you live? What state?
Texas. Right?
I gotta hear this. I have
What do you want
got to
hear?
hear this.
I'm curious as to why you feel like
I feel what?
everybody's against you.
Do I feel that
I
every?
literally,
Hmm?
it seems like that. I watch your lives, like every time you come up. I mean, I was following you, like because I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but I don't think that we as a nation are systemically racist. I do feel like our government is systemically racist, and we need to fix this. But I don't think that us as a nation are systemically racist. I'm an Indian. I mean, and I've dealt with a lot. You laugh because I said that I was Seminole in one of your earlier lives, and I understand. A lot of people do laugh at that. A lot of people don't know the
Oh, I
history
was
of the
laughing,
Seminole
but not
Indians.
because of
Just like
that.
a lot of people don't know the history of everything that the black culture has gone through also. But in order for us to ever be able to fix this, we've got to come to a common ground. We've got to be able to actually come to a point where we can all agree that this is a problem.
Okay. Um, how do I say this? So I wasn't laughing because you said you were native. I was
Oh,
laughing.
I
I
oh
was
go
la-
ahead, go ahead. I'm
I
sorry.
was laughing because typically the people that say those things, it could absolutely be true that they have the documentation to prove that they have indigenous heritage. The problem is that they will often spout white supremacist rhetoric. Case in point, I went to high school with this one girl, and her mom and my grandmother are friends.
Right.
And I swear, even looking back on it, it's funny. But I went on a Mother's Day camping trip with them. And it was at this camping trip that there was a woman. Her name was Jennifer. Um, she had a PhD in a STEM program and all of these things. And for some reason, I don't even know why we were even on the topic, but she was talking about a book and she couldn't remember what the name of that character was. She was talking about The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. Why she was talking about that book specifically, I'll never know. But the I bring it up because she was having trouble describing the one black character in the book. So then she straight up said the N word, hard R and everything. And I'm just like, see, this is why, Grandma, I don't like hanging out with the friends of your friends because they do this. And I don't want to be no part of it. Next Mother's Day, I'm not hanging out with your friends. so, um,
Like, okay, yeah,
so after she said that,
that makes sense.
after she said that, within earshot of the only two black people at this damn Mother's Day camping trip, then it was up to the only two black people there to educate this white woman instead of beat her ass. We didn't act out of pocket. We were just graciously saying, so that's racist for several reasons. You don't have to think about race for several reasons. We're currently standing in a sundown town, and you have the privilege of not knowing that because of where you grew up. And she was all like, but I'm from New York and I had a black friend who lived on the other side of the train tracks. And I said he lived on the other side of the train tracks because of redlining. And she got so offended. She couldn't see it, all this nonsense. And so I bring that up to say that my grandmother's friend, Shiloh, her daughter, we went to high school together, and Shiloh's daughter was there when all of that happened. When all of that went down, you saw a white woman say the N word loudly for everyone to hear. So then a couple days after that incident, um, the girl, the girl that I went to high school with, she went on Facebook and said, everyone's talking about the racism that black people experience, and there's not enough coverage on the indigenous mass graves that have sprung up. And I'm like, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Because you have the documentation to prove that you are a native of the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua in Oregon, because of that, you use that to justify your anti blackness. What was the reason that you could not care about these two things? Did you know that you can care about mass graves of indigenous children and black lives? Crazy. That's my problem, is that white passing natives will get beside themselves and say anti black things, while at the same time try to say that they're battling white supremacy. You can't be anti black, but then call yourself battling white supremacy. Makes no sense. That's why.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And you know what? Somebody that actually says the N word and just does anything to blatantly be racist, guess what? You should beat their ass. I should beat their ass. Everybody should beat their ass.
But
It's
that's just
ridiculous.
it. We
This
don't.
is not how we're supposed to be. This is not what our creator made us to be. We're not supposed to have these kind of prejudices against everybody else because it makes us look like a bunch of fucking idiots. I mean, excuse my language, but if you're gonna hate somebody just because they're different from you, then somebody needs to hate everybody because nobody's the same. Absolutely nobody is. And this whole racist mentality is a bunch of damn bullshit. And we all need to get over it, but we all need to understand that we'll never get over it unless we can all come together and talk about it. And Jesus, like every dude, I am a dead ass redneck from Texas, Trump supporter, conservative,
And you're native?
and I'm native,
Ouch.
and I don't agree with. And dude, I literally just had I got told that I was doing terroristic threats, and my car got towed because I had a "fuck Joe Biden" sticker across my back window, because that's my political opinion. But my political opinion has nothing to do with my opinion of those around me. I love everybody that is about freedom, that is about our rights and our Constitution. And, I actually made a comment earlier to you asking if you were here against your will.
Yeah, I didn't
Because, I
choose to
mean,
be born in America. There is a historical reason as to why I was born in America.
but
Care to
nobody ever chooses to be born where they're born at.
No one
But
chooses to be black.
you were born here.
I was born
You're
here,
absolutely
and ever since then, people of a certain hue have been accusing me of having a so-called victim mentality just because I openly speak about my experience with racism from white folks. That's a problem.
How does
And
that
then
give you how does
and
that give you a victim mentality if you have dealt with racism? I know you have.
because that's
I
how
know
white
racism
supremacy
is real.
works. That is how white supremacy works. That is how
Okay,
that
well,
works.
they need their ass.
And unfortunately, this is where you're more than likely going to get upset with me, but I'm not in it for people's feelings. I'm in it for the education. So, part of what I do is I write a blog on my team's website, soequity.org. And one of the things that I talked about, because it keeps getting brought up when I'm talking about racism, is that white people will say, oh, but natives own slaves too. Are you against them? Look, it's not just white people that own black people. And I'm just like, okay, so who told the natives to participate in the slave trade? See, and that's where things get a little dicey. And then they get upset. They get more upset. So here's the thing. I wrote a blog called Bushmasters. Let me see
Okay.
if I can bring it up. I'll show you.
Okay, I will say this because I don't have a pen or a paper. If you just go on any video on my thing and comment the link, and then it'll be under my thing, everybody can see it, and I'll be able to actually get to it too. I mean, you can tell it to me and I'll try to remember it, but I do not have a pen or a piece of paper handy.
Okay.
And I don't know why that would upset me. That's not going to upset
Oh,
me.
I didn't say the upsetting part yet.
Oh, well, go for it.
Okay.
Until you personally attack me, you're not going to upset me.
So
And
you said earlier that you are or you identify as Indigenous, specifically Seminole, and you are a redneck and you live in Texas.
ma'am,
So what I'm about
yes,
to
ma'am.
share with you is the reason why historically it makes sense that there would be people of Indigenous descent that would fly the Confederate flag. One of the things that I've noticed about white folks that live in Oregon, of all places, they'll say that, oh, not just white people fly the Confederate flag. There's black people that fly it. There's indigenous people that fly it. And I'm like, let's get into the history as to why those people are flying it, shall we? So this is where I come in. So within the
Okay.
blog post, it says, and I should specify, the Bushmasters are a part of the military, and they were a group composed of indigenous groups because they came from different tribes. That's why I say indigenous instead of one particular indigenous group. So here we go.
Yes, ma'am.
In the post, I said the concerns around the Canal Zone were the Germans who had the ability to blend in with Latin America, considering the long relationship between them. In August 1940, it was estimated that 448 Germans, 49 Japanese, and 116 Italians lived illegally in Panama. The threat was the shipping routes being attacked in the Canal Zone and the amount of supply route information being relayed by German sympathizers. Records reveal that hundreds of U-boats destroyed thousands of tons of Allied shipments and convoys relentlessly. Who else would make the perfect spies for counterintelligence than the Spanish-speaking Bushmasters? Thanks to the Bushmasters in civilian clothes, they were able to find out that prostitutes were being paid to get sailors to talk about their assignments. That same information was passed to runners who would go off into the jungle and report to enemy ships by radio. The U.S. military has had a long history of using the otherness of hyphenated Americans when it suits them, but what about right now? As soon as a commercial comes on TV with a Spanish voiceover, the white American complains about how it indoctrinates America. When walkie-talkies first came out as a warfare edge, Prue Herndon recognized the potential of the Native Americans under his command through their languages that they were forced not to use. Herndon's father was the superintendent of the Indian Training School in Tucson, so much of his childhood was around natives in that regard. Whenever he needed to relay messages, he used one of his native soldiers to transmit the message to another walkie-talkie operator. The U.S. Marines would go on to take credit for using the power of diversity for modern warfare, but we know the truth. So the takeaway that I want you to gain from this is that it's not uncommon for indigenous folks in southern areas to fly the Confederate flag when they were forced to go to these residential schools. What flag do you think that they were forced to pledge their allegiance to exactly?
Oh, I absolutely know.
So if that being
I
said, it's
absolutely
not new that you would vote for somebody like Donald J. Trump. And I'm not saying that Biden is any better, but considering the fact that if you are Native, you have to understand that any white person in office does not have your interests at heart. And I say that.
Oh, Jesus. I don't think anybody in this country can say that the government has their best interest at
So
heart
then
anymore.
why stand by the most overtly racist white guy? That's the part. We're not saying that one is more racist than the other. We're just saying that one is more outward about it than the other. That's my question.
Honestly, I've seen a whole lot of really twisted stuff from both candidates. I voted for Trump in 16. Unfortunately, I did not vote in 20 because I couldn't figure out which both of them are going to take us down a really bad path. Which I mean, we're going down that path now, so there's really nothing we can do about it. But I don't
Um,
think that we can rely on government anymore to even attempt to fix the issue we have about racism and class equality and everything else in this country. I don't think there's anything that the government can do because they just take us down the wrong road. It's going to be up to us as we the people, no matter if we are black, white, red, blue, you can be freaking Italian, Asian, African American, it doesn't matter anymore. It's going to be up to us as a whole to be able to get this entire country back on track because it is my home, just like it's your home. It's everybody else's home that was born here, and it's up to us to figure out a way to fix this. And I 100% applaud and agree with what you're doing because you're trying to give people knowledge that they do not have.
okay.
One of my main issues is the fact that you say that it is not possible for a black person to be racist. I believe it is possible for anybody to be racist and anybody to be biased, and we all have to
Pause.
get past this. And I do understand that you
Pause.
you do have a lot more knowledge when it comes to that than I do because you have grown
Pause.
up in the society you've grown up in. Yes, ma'am.
Let's analyze that. Since I have my laptop open,
Awesome.
I can just bring up the definition because that's the other thing. People keep assuming that I don't know the meaning of racism. It's like it's literally my job to teach about it, so obviously I know the definition. But anyways, so here we go. You say that
I
you
came
have.
into this knowing you have a laptop sitting right there. I came into
Yeah,
this
you did. You
knowing.
did. So let's explore that. So the only issue that you had was
Yes,
the part where
ma'am.
I said that black people cannot be racist. I'm assuming that you didn't hear any of what I said pertaining as to why black people can't be racist towards white people. So here's the definition right
Unfortunately,
here, and
you
I'm going
did
to read
start
it.
lagging very bad.
Prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism directed against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized. So, with that last part being said, do black people have the power to be racist towards white people when you're not marginalized because you are white?
But I believe in the current culture we live in, we are marginalized.
What?
If somebody is white, they are marginalized. You give me the definition of a white person. Is somebody that's mixed a white person? Is somebody that's 80% Indian a white person? What if they're Italian? What if they're German? What if they're French? What constitutes a white person?
Oh,
Because
I can answer that
we're putting
because
we're
white
putting
people
an
came up
entire
with the
group of
definition.
people into a box.
I can answer that because historically it was white people that came up with the definition of what can be considered white. So, you said, what if a person is 80% uh, native and the rest white, right? Okay, let's go
Ma'am.
back to the blog. because what I'm about to reference comes from this book right here, Black Slaves, Indian Masters. So in it, it talks about the slave trade within indigenous groups. How, yes, they did participate in the slave trade of descendants of Africans, but it also talks about why and how. And a lot of that has to do with white supremacy. And so I'll read about, especially what Thomas Jefferson said. Okay, here we go. Let me go back to this blog post. All right. So here, Thomas Jefferson says, "You will unite yourselves with us, and we shall be Americans. You will mix with us by marriage. Your blood will run in our veins." So Thomas Jefferson said that because he believed that indigenous people and white people should mix. That was encouraged because that would be a quicker way to get indigenous folks to assimilate into whiteness. Bear with me.
Ooh.
Now,
I like that. Like
these assimilationists believe that intermarriage would hasten the natives' advancement into civilization. So before chattel slavery, indigenous people who captured prisoners of war would temporarily keep them as servants, and they were either incorporated into the community or executed. Colonial authorities were paying natives in the form of weapons, jewelry, and other European items when Choctaws captured Chickasaws and vice versa. An estimated 24,000 to 51,000 natives, including approximately 2,000 Choctaws, were sold into the British slave trade between 1670 and 1715. French officials compensated Choctaws for Chickasaw scalps and slaves, while British officials paid Chickasaw and Creek natives for Choctaw slaves. After an increase of African slaves in the mid-18th century, colonial planters encouraged indigenous people to become slave catchers to prevent coordinated rebellion amongst the Africans and the natives.
Mm-hmm.
So because of this, they were providing incentives for people of indigenous descent to participate in the disenfranchisement of Black people to prevent that unity, because it was to benefit white supremacy. And I know this because this book outlines it. And also at the same time, there's another book called They Came Before Columbus, and it talks about how there were Africans that came to this land way before Columbus did and interacted with natives just fine. So what was...
I know, I've read that one.
And yet you still voted for Trump. I can't. But so you see, that's the issue, is that when it comes to white supremacy, there is a such thing as people of color, indigenous, and Black people that will be agents to white supremacy. Zora Neale Hurston is an African-American author who wrote about this topic, and she called it the pet Negro system. Just like when people that are trans are talking about their experiences with being trans in America, there is a plethora of trans folks that believe that Caitlyn Jenner is not a safe trans person. But Caitlyn Jenner is always a mouthpiece for the Republican Party because Caitlyn Jenner is trans. It has nothing to do with Caitlyn Jenner being white.
Okay. What do you mean by a safe trans person?
A safe trans person, just like what I say when there's a such thing as a safe Black person. So a safe trans person means that they will not center the interests of transphobic people to disenfranchise other trans people in America.
Oh,
They are against
okay,
that.
okay.
Just
We
like
got
when I
you. We
say
got
safe black person, I'm talking about um honestly, since we're on TikTok, I am going to use a TikTok creator. He is my favorite by far, but his name is T Nathan. Savage Lokius is fucking amazing. He talks about race relations and gives racist white folks the business all the time. And the point that I'm trying to make is he would be safe because he talks about issues concerning the black community. He talks about how it's anti-black to be against other black people because they are gay or because they are trans or something like that. When I hear him say Black Lives Matter, I believe it because he's not wishing for the destruction of somebody else that's black because of their gender or sexual orientation. So I'm more willing to believe him. But there are some black voices, Kevin Samuels, Derek Jackson, um, what's another one? Dr. Umar. These people, they will spout some nonsense while black, and then white folks on the outside looking in will look at these people and assume that this is what all black people must be thinking. People like Dr. Umar, sometimes he says some correct things, but the rest of what he says is so anti it's it's misogynistic. He participates in misogynoir, and he is what people in the black community call a hotep. And it's so unfortunate, but that's not it's not okay. You can't say that Black Lives Matter, but only the ones that you like. It's either you do or you don't. There is no in between.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. I'm sorry, I didn't.
It's okay, but there's one more thing that I want you to listen to when it comes
Yes,
to
ma'am.
um, the blog post that I wrote about this topic of why there's anti-blackness within indigenous groups and talking about the slave
Okay,
trade amongst indigenous groups. It
I
says
do
here,
have one question. Do
yes,
you have the link to your? Is the link to your blog on your page?
no. It only goes to my YouTube page, but
Oh, you have a YouTube also.
yeah, usually I just post my lives on the YouTube channel. That way, if you missed it, there I am. So here it
All right.
is. I'll give you the link.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
here's what it says. 151 years prior to the Treaty of 1866, Choctaws and Chickasaws waged war against one another in Mississippi, only to be consolidated like puzzle pieces in Oklahoma and act in concert regarding black people's freedom and citizenship rights, despite being separate entities. Colorism was being free as a black native in 1866, but not considered a citizen in the eyes of the natives until 1883. Colorism is the union of natives and colonizers being encouraged, while black natives in 1883 were barred from elective office. Chickasaw Governor Jonas Wolfe stated that the Chickasaw people cannot see any reason or just cause why they should be required to do more for their freed slaves than the white people have done in the slaveholding states for theirs. It was by the example and teaching of the white man that we purchased at enormous prices their slaves and used their labor and were forced by the result of their war to liberate our slaves at a great loss and sacrifice on our part. And we do not hold or consider our nation responsible in no wise for their present situation. This quote is the exact reason anti-blackness exists within indigenous groups. Is that when the topic of white supremacy is being talked about, indigenous folks like Jonas Wolf wanted nothing to do with black people. As much as I would love to say, let's all just come together and sing Kumbaya, that is not the case here in America. It's just not. And it's irresponsible to sit here and pretend like we don't have differences. We can sit here all day long and talk about how we're all human, but guess what? We live in a society where it doesn't matter if you're human. What matters is what hue you are.
And that is what we have to get over. That is a hurdle that we absolutely need to get over. Because we're coming to a point right now to where it's no longer going to be black against white, LGBTQ against straight. It's Black Lives Matter versus Blue Lives Matter. We're coming to a point in this nation that we are going to have to find a way to put aside our differences, because it's coming to a point where it's going to be the government of this country against we the people. I love you as much as I love any damn body else.
You don't love me systemically, because otherwise, why would you vote for Trump? You can be nice to me interpersonally, but if you're voting for an overt racist, you didn't have a problem with any of the BS that he spoke about. That's just simple. You can't say that you can't say that, we need to come together. Do you really think that Blue Lives Matter versus Black Lives Matter is the same damn movement, just on opposite sides of the spectrum? No. The only reason why Blue Lives Matter even became a movement, if you can call it that, in the first place.
Black Lives Matter.
Yes. When you say Blue Lives Matter, there is no such thing as blue lives. You chose to be a cop. I didn't choose to be black. And so what you're actually saying is, right, when you say Blue Lives Matter, you're saying that I have no problem with black and brown people getting shot dead in the streets like animals by cops. I support that 100%. I don't see the police as an occupying force that upholds.
Oh no, they absolutely do.
So you believe that the police are an occupying force, but you voted for Trump. Tell me how that math is mathing.
Because I voted for the lesser of two evils.
You thought that was the lesser?
Oh, absolutely. When it came to him or Hillary Clinton, absolutely. I thought he was the lesser of two evils.
Dear God. Okay.
I know. But that's what our nation.
You could have voted third party. Right. Do you know that I voted? It was more than just Bernie Sanders, though. There were other options. I voted for Jill Stein. I didn't vote for Hillary either. I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't vote for Hillary. I voted third party during that election.
That would be the fault, because I literally have no idea what Jill Stein was about. I never paid any attention to her campaign.
We live in a two-party system where the shiniest of two turds is always on the docket every 4 years. And there are people in my comment section right now so fucking privileged talking about how is Trump racist? Look it up!
Dude, they're all fucking racist. Dude, I'm a Trump supporter, and I'm telling the comment section, he is racist just like all the rest of them are. Everybody has their own personal damn agenda to drive this country into the ground. We as a people need to come together and get over this bullshit and get over this two-party system.
But you can't say that you love everybody, but then you defend a racist. If there are 10 people sitting at a table, 9 of them are Nazis, and one of them just happens to be the friend of one of those Nazis, there are 10 Nazis at that table. 10. If what that person does and says does not offend you, then you side with them. There is no centrism in fascism. Either you're about it or you're not. And there are, I don't really think I can think of any leftists that like Biden because they're leftists, not Democrats. There's a difference. There's
Yeah.
liberals and Democrats that like Biden, but leftists, those that go all the way to the left, they're like, imperialism is imperialism and fascism is fascism. This is just fascism, but in blue.
Plus, literally no one likes liberals.
I like that. I
Literally
like
nobody likes
that.
liberals.
That's fucking awesome. I like that.
I can assure
That is
you
awesome.
that I don't think anybody hates liberals more than leftists because leftists don't want to be associated with liberals. And as a black person, the difference between a liberal and a leftist is quite simply this. When I had a liberal who says that they're not a liberal in my comment section on Facebook, she straight up said that, oh, change has to be gradual. Only a liberal would believe that change should be gradual. Why is it that I have to wait until white people are comfortable in order for basic human rights to be had? Either change comes now or it doesn't come at all. That's the difference. A leftist, on the other hand, is going to be all like, okay, so literally all of these things are a problem. These are, you're only addressing the um the symptoms and not the root cause. It's one thing to get Trump out of
Absolutely.
office, but that doesn't cure racism. That doesn't cure imperialism. Look outside. It didn't. Racism is still here. We're still an imperialist country. None of that has changed. So when people come up into my comment section and the first thing that they do is say Trump 2024, I'm sorry that that's your personality, but over here, nobody said that we liked Biden. I just said that Trump is racist. And so's Biden. It's just that Trump is more open about it. I'm not denying that Biden wrote the 1994 crime bill. I'm not denying that he has advocated for the disenfranchisement of black people in legislation. And he was the same guy that went on the Breakfast Club and said to Charlemagne the God that if you don't vote for me, you not black. First of all, you're white. Why are you out here saying what is and what isn't black? So I have plenty of reasons not to like Biden. But I can assure you that neither of these presidents is more racist than the other. They're both equally racist. It's just that one was more open about it. And the fact that he was more open about it but still got a following anyway is the problem.
In any normal
My
country,
biggest
it's usually
my
pointing
biggest
out
thing
after
was,
he made fun
and
of a disabled
we
reporter.
all know that they're both racist. My biggest problem is how did Biden get the backing of Black Lives Matter?
Because we had no choice.
If this wasn't, because I still to this day I believe Black Lives Matter is a political opposition. I feel like it is paid for by the Democratic Party
My
to
life is,
try to
whether
swing
my
votes.
life matters is not political. That's the problem.
I don't believe Black Lives Matter. It started out as Black Lives Matter. It started out as what it was, but it turned into something completely different. The entire movement turned into something completely political.
There are people that don't believe in the organization, and that's them. Me, on the other hand, I'm not a part of the organization. I'm black, and I'm making the statement that Black Lives Matter. I'm not even a member of the BLM organization. Like, oh, look at this organization that donated money to the Biden administration or, something like that. Black Lives Matter is just that. I believe that my life matters regardless of what American
And
history says. Because American
and you
history,
saying and you saying in an organization saying
Hell,
that
basically,
your
it's not
life
even
matters
about the organization anymore.
is
99% of
absolutely
the work
correct.
they do is done by
That is
people not
something that
associated with the
everybody
fucking
should get
group.
behind because
It's
your
done
life
by
does
the
matter.
people.
but systemically,
Every
you don't
damn body's
believe
life
that.
matters. Oh no, yes, ma'am, I do.
If you did, then you wouldn't have voted for
I'll take
Trump.
a bullet for you. I will take a bullet for you, just like I would
Your
take a
voting
bullet for the
history
damn
says
cops on the
otherwise.
street.
I'm less willing to
No,
believe
ma'am,
that because of who you voted for.
because I do have my political views, which goes beyond racism and those politics into actual politics of the country. I look for things like, okay, our national debt. I look for things like who's going to be better for our economy for the middle to low class, because I'm still I'm still middle class, and I'm, one payment away from, or one paycheck away from living out of my car, which I think would be a lot easier, but that's neither here nor there. But I look at things in a view of what will do the country better in the long term, as opposed to what'll do the country better right now. And when it came to Trump and his and this racism thing, when I voted in 2016, I honestly did not know that I didn't know about the whole grab America by the pussy and all of this. And once again, excuse my language, I'm sorry, but I didn't know about all of this. I just went for the person that I thought had the better politics. And then when it came to 2020, I'm looking at it and the policies are just bad no matter what you do. It's literally becoming an instance of, what are we the people even supposed to do? How are we supposed to pick between bad and bad? Because we need to fix ourselves. And I don't think anything or anybody in politics anymore is about fixing the people of this country. Right now, I think we are on a very bad road, and things are going to get very bad if we can't figure out a way to band together just to stop this train wreck that we're on right now.
Looking at the history of this country, it's always been a train wreck. When
Oh,
white folks
yeah.
like to say that they don't have white privilege in all of this, there's something that I want all of them to understand is that if you are a white woman, the Constitution originally, before the 19th Amendment, you didn't have the right to
Oh,
vote.
yes,
Not
ma'am.
because you were
Tell them.
white. It was
Tell them.
because you were a woman. That's why.
Tell them.
So then,
Damn it. Tell them.
so
I'm a constitutionist. You tell them. Because a lot of
so
people don't know this.
so with that being said, you you are being disenfranchised not because of your color but because of your gender. Now switch
Yep.
that and let's look at black people. Um Originally, Frederick Douglass, because I'm from Baltimore City, Maryland, I bring him up quite a bit in history because, that's all we talk about in Maryland. But anyway, so Frederick Douglass at one point in time stood with white suffragists and said, yeah, let's all get the right to vote. But then, and I'll read, Douglas's partial break with white feminists occurred after the Civil War, when Anthony Stanton and others opposed the ratification of the 15th Amendment unless it also mandated universal suffrage. By 1869, the Equal Rights Association split, and many white feminists began to gravitate towards racist slogans to support their own cause. So, with that being said, as a black woman, I stand at a crossroads because white women wanted me historically to stand with them in solidarity because they were women. But then in black movements, black men have wanted me to stand in solidarity with them because we are both black. But neither of these movements centered me being black and a woman. So part of the
None
reason
of
why,
them actually represented you.
yes, so part of the reason why we have the term misogynoir is because we will receive so much hatred from not only white women, non-black POC. As a black woman, I will also receive that kind of hatred from black men. That's an issue, and even um within black liberation movements, there were problematic black men. One of them being Eldridge Cleaver. Eldridge Cleaver was a part of the Black Panthers. He was a terrible
Mm-hmm.
person. He raped black women. Like that's not pro
Really?
black. Yes,
I did not know that.
this was this was
You said Elder Cleaver.
Eldridge Cleaver.
Yeah.
So when I talk
Huh.
about history, I talk about everything because people seem to think that, oh, just all of the Black Panthers had my interests at heart. And it's like, I don't think you understand. The black women that were a part of the Black Panther movement, they have often tried to speak up about how black men were still misogynistic towards them, even though they all were so called for black liberation. You can't be a part of black liberation if you still want to position yourself above black women. That was a
Yeah.
universal problem. So when Angela Davis said, and I quote, politics do not stand in polar opposition to our lives. Whether we desire it or not, they permeate our existence, insinuating themselves into the most private spaces of our lives. So I felt that when Angela Davis said that. I think that white people and white men especially have the privilege of saying, oh, I don't really get into politics because politics, you've never had your bodily autonomy rights on the docket every 4 years. No one's telling you that you're a hoe because you have consensual sex. No one's telling you that you have to go and get a vasectomy in order to stop abortions. Personally, I feel like if you feel some type of way as a man, if you're being asked to get a vasectomy, but you have umpteen amount of things to say to a woman because she went to get an abortion, you just hate women because obviously your concern was never about the abortion if you're mad at a woman for doing it, but you yourself won't get a vasectomy.
Okay. Okay.
So that's my issue is that you're not truly for solving the issue. And
Okay.
when we're talking about race relations, it has always been a vital part of America's foundation. So to dismiss it and say that, oh, I've never seen the country so divided. My grandmother is still alive and she remembers segregation. What do you mean?
Hell, your grandma's grandma probably was a slave.
I mean that you've got about half of the people on TikTok right now stockpiling guns and ammunitions, and the other half talking about where it's the division we have in this country right now that scares the hell out of me is this whole vaccinated versus non-vaccinated thing that's going on.
My only
That's
issue with
what's
that is
scaring
quite
me.
simply this. If you're anti-vax, do you? I just want you to know something. Keep black struggle out of your rhetoric. Do not dress up
Absolutely.
as Rosa Parks
Absolutely.
and say that mandatory vaccinations are segregation. Keep my plight out of your nonsense. You want to
You are
deny
absolutely right. This
you
has nothing to do with any kind of race struggle. This is something completely different. It has nothing to do with race.
because
I
if
agree with you 100%.
if vaccines were were legalized segregation, then are you saying that back during the time of actual segregation that a black person could just show a card and walk in the front of a restaurant? Did a black person just have to show a card and then they can sit at the front of the bus? Hell no.
Oh, absolutely not.
So that's a problem. Is that if you want to be anti-vax, do you, but leave black struggle out of it. Leave the Holocaust out of it. Black people,
You're
Jewish
absolutely
folks,
right.
we're tired of it. Do not You can't just sit here and say, "Oh, this is just like the Holocaust. This is just what Hitler did. This is just like segregation." But then, when we bring up the topic of, can we please expand American history being taught in American schools, then you want to say, "No, let's not do that." That's a problem.
No, we should absolutely expand history. People need to learn real history and not just what the winning side fucking says. People need to learn real history. That way, because you can't learn from something that you never know. You
Yeah.
can't learn about the bad and the good points of your history if you're never taught that.
Yep.
You're 100% correct. And
Exactly.
vaccine, non vaccine, none of this should have anything to do with race. It should have nothing. It's a completely different fucking. It's a different ballgame.
And don't even get me started on white Christians, because they're the ones that hate me the most. Personally, I think I'm doing a public service if it's just white Christians that hate me out of anybody else. That means I'm doing a good
You know
job.
what?
So here's what
You know
happens.
what? You know what? I love you to death, and I'm a Jehovah's Witness,
Oh,
but I'm not going to do any of that. I'm not going to try to do any of that because I still believe in everybody has their own right to choose what they do with their life and with their body. But I also feel like everybody has the right to do that without somebody else trying to tell them what they're supposed to. Like I said, I am number one. I'm a constitutionalist. I believe everybody in this nation has their own right to do what they see fit without anybody else trying to persuade them or harm them or anything over their choice. You want to come on here and it's your choice to say the things you say. I support that 100%. That's why I'm on your live. Love you to death. I love your lives. I watch them. You've seen it. I watch your lives all the time. I love it to death. You have like the cutest damn laugh.
well,
You
thank
know,
you.
you're actually a very you're a very pretty woman. You have a nice laugh and you're extremely well educated. And I go on a lot of people's lives. I don't run my own lives that much. I don't get Most of my people are too busy freaking following gaming shit and manga or all this other random ass crap. I don't know. But I go on to a lot of lives and debate, and you're very you know what the hell you're talking about,
Well,
and I
thank you.
appreciate
It's all about putting in the work. And
that. Absolutely.
the one takeaway that I've had with the white Christians that live here in Oregon is that they will tell me that, no, it's not true. Uh, Christians abolished slavery; they didn't participate in it. So
Yes,
then
the hell they
that's
did.
so then that's when I had to.
This entire country was a Christian country when they started slavery. It
Yeah.
was a Christian country. How in the hell would they say that they didn't have anything to do with it? It was a Christian country. That was the entire point of this country leaving. That was the point. Yes, ma'am. I am ready to go. Okay, so I gotta get off here because now I have to go to work. But
You
I
go do that.
absolutely enjoy talking to you and all of the followers. I thank everybody y'all for the time. Thank you very much. You guys have a blessed night.
All right. Have a good night. I'll send that link.
Absolutely.
All right. How the hell? Okay, I got two guest requests. All right. What are my options? Choose the dude that has Trump and the American flag as his profile, or literally the other person. It just has some type of symbol, and then it says better underscore Eve. It cuts off after that. I don't really know. I think that's kind of funny. You gonna be a Trump supporter, but then you flirt with a black woman on her live. I feel like that's kind of weird.
I feel like there's a metaphor there.
Hood runner Michael. Everyone's like, choose the Trump guy. Okay, fuck it. Can you get me another beer? We're out of beer? This is some bullshit. Now I gotta say this shit sober?
Go and get more.
Damn.
You want Banquet or Modelo?
Nah, I'm good. Let's just do this.
What?
I said, nah, I'm good. Let's just do this. I'm not gonna get my hopes up. I might as well just get this out the way.
What do you mean hopes up? It's like a 2-minute drive.
I mean, I know that, but still, we still gotta go and go recycle the cans.
It is 6 o'clock in the goddamn day is closed.
I'm not saying today, tomorrow, fool.
Alright, that's just more money.
Okay, what do we got? Because of course you had to go get your flag and pose with it.
Alright,
How's it
so,
feel to
what
have
are-
that as your whole personality?
I think it's pretty good, actually. What's all
Cool.
your views? I don't know all your views.
Hmm?
What are your views like?
My
You're a
views?
liberal. What are you?
Okay. I will tell you what they are. I'm black in America. There is no political party that has the interests of black people at heart. And honestly, when it comes to which person that I don't trust more when it comes to topics of racism, I feel that liberals are worse, because at least with Republicans, they're outward with their racism. I don't have to work hard to decipher if they're racist or not. However, with liberals, they will get butthurt if you call them out on cultural appropriation.
Yeah, I will say cultural appropriation is just a way of being racist to white people, but then it being really just, well, what's the word? Justifying it, basically. That's what I think cultural appropriation is.
I mean,
But you
that's not
believe
what
in
it is,
pro-choice,
but
right?
okay.
You believe in pro-choice, right?
Yes, I do.
You also believe Black Lives Matter, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
what about all the black kids that are getting killed in the womb from abortions? Do they not matter?
Okay, let's get started. All right. Why don't you feel this strongly about black lives being murdered when it comes to cops killing kids?
Well, I've actually been threatened by cops, and I don't care about cops. I think some of them are good, some of them are not.
But you voted for
I-
Trump, who's definitely pro cop. So clearly you
True.
do. So systemically,
But also Joe Biden, he doesn't even know what the fuck he's going on. Have you looked at him in 2006 compared to now? He's a completely different person.
I know you are not about to sit here.
The dude
And-
has fucking dementia. He really does.
You want to talk
He has
about
that.
which political candidate has dementia?
Oh, all right, let's talk about him forgetting everything he's gonna say every 2 seconds, stumbling his words every 2 seconds.
Bro, Trump was never good at giving speeches. If anybody has late stage dementia, it's that guy. But here's one thing that I don't care about, and that is who is the shiniest of two turds. I personally don't feel like talking about which politician or which president is the most racist because, in all honest to God, they both are. They both are terrible individuals. So there's that. But then back to
Who
what
would
you
you
were
vote for
talking
then?
about with let's go back to what you were talking about with don't you care about the black children getting aborted? Let me tell you something. Do you have a vagina?
No,
Do you have ovaries?
no,
So you're not a birthing person.
no.
Stay the fuck out my uterus.
Okay. Well, then don't have a uterus. That doesn't make any sense.
So let me get this straight. Again,
So let me
you're
get this
still without a
straight.
uterus. You're still without ovaries. You're still without a labia, mons pubis. You don't have any of these things, but you're telling a woman that she shouldn't have a uterus. Do you know that there are racist white folks that try to, do that? That there is a history of forced hysterectomies on black women, indigenous women, and of course our Mexican women at the border that are getting hysterectomies. But see, your pro-life ass wasn't worried about that, now was you?
No, because I'd rather see
No,
people
because you
being
have a
born
dick.
than killed.
Because you have a dick. That's why you weren't
Yeah,
worried about
I'm
that.
not a
Are
liberal,
are
so
you are you
obviously.
going to go get a vasectomy though?
Why would I get a vasectomy?
Why
That makes
would
no
you get
sense.
a? Why would I get a hysterectomy?
Why would, let me explain this to you.
All
So
right.
I get a vasectomy, right? I
Yep.
get a vasectomy, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I can't have kids,
Yep.
but let's say I don't ever until what I'm doing because it says in the Bible, premarital sex. So I will
So
not
we're
have
quoting
sex
Bibles
until
now.
marriage, right? So why would I get a vasectomy whenever I wouldn't even be able to have kids after that?
Should I tell them TikTok? Did you know that if you get a vasectomy, you can get it reversed?
Damn,
Yeah.
I didn't even know. I thought.
Yeah.
So then why don't you get your eggs taken out?
Damn. Do you have a good relationship with your mom?
Yeah, I actually do. She's
Why do you
downstairs.
hate women?
I don't hate them. I just hate
So
how retarded they
why?
are. They act like they
So
are
you just
entitled to an
so we're
opinion.
using slurs. Okay, so the R word is very derogatory. Probably shouldn't use that to describe women. Um you
Oh
can't say
man.
that you don't hate women, but then in the very next breath use derogatory terms to describe them. It's a problem. Um I feel that you hate women because you expect women to get their eggs taken out, to get a hysterectomy, to do all of these
But
things.
you
But when it
but
comes
you
to, hold
expect
on, let me
men to
finish, let
get
me finish. But then if I ask you if abortions freak you out so much, why not get a vasectomy? You have a problem. So let me, set the record straight. It's not correct for anybody to be telling anybody what to do with their bodies. I feel like that is the conclusion we're reaching.
do you feel that women and men are equal or are they
I should
what
be
are they?
asking you that.
No, I don't think they're equal. They're never gonna be equal. It's very simple.
Well, then there's your answer is that yes, you hate women. You don't think that there is gender equality
Because there isn't. I
because
mean,
there.
you want to state facts right now. Men are born stronger. I mean, come on now.
You
Have
hear
you ever
that,
thought about that?
ladies? You hear that, ladies? Men are
It's true. We
stronger.
have
Men are
more muscle mass.
superior.
Way more
Men have
muscle mass.
more
We
muscle.
have testosterone.
There,
Yes, that makes us stronger. We're
therefore,
not equal. We're not
therefore, I am
equal.
above you. This is what you're supporting, ladies. All right, lady killer.
Hmm. All right,
Hmm.
so let's talk about the Black Lives Matter movement and
All right.
how they're not really ever gonna help Black people.
How would you know? You're white.
Yeah, but how would you know that the person that owns Black Lives Matter, literally bought a mansion with the money, has never helped any Black families?
Do you think that when I wear this bracelet, I am concerned with a movement or I'm concerned with my black life literally mattering?
Who said you didn't matter? Is my question. We never said you didn't matter. Never.
Should I tell them, guys?
Tell
Okay.
me.
All right. First of all, what state do you live in?
North Carolina.
Oh, honey. All right. So, in American history, there was never a time where black people mattered. That's why we say that. There has never been a moment in history where the lives of black people mattered. Now, I'm
So
going to
Martin
put,
Luther King Jr. doesn't matter. Is that why he's in our history books? But he doesn't matter though, right?
I don't think you quite understand what I just said.
No, you
Never,
said black people have never mattered. So therefore,
exactly.
why is he in our history
So,
books?
why do you think that black people matter simply because you learned 3 sentences about Dr. King?
Who said we ever learned 3 sentences? He has a complete day. Our veterans have a day. Gay people have a fucking month.
Who gonna tell
A
him?
month.
Somebody need to tell you. Okay, champ, I'm gonna tell you something. They probably didn't tell you this in your North Carolina high school, but guess what? You're not even gonna believe this.
What?
They murdered Dr. King. They murdered him.
And then they
That's
put him in a history
crazy.
book.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
No. I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand. I said, when in history have Black Lives mattered? And then your example of Black Lives mattering is a man that was murdered. Honey,
I didn't hear anything you said. My phone hit 10%. Hold on. So you're saying Black lives have never mattered?
Never.
The 60s, I guess they're just irrelevant, right? They just don't exist.
Oh, no, they're very relevant. What happened in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, as well as right now, they absolutely do matter. The history behind all of these things. See, what happened in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, they are proving my point that never in the history of America have the lives of black people mattered. See, Dr. King was murdered. That is not a good example
murdered,
of.
right?
Hold on, not done yet. Your example of Black Lives Mattering in history is bringing up a black man that was murdered. And then, and this is the best part, when white people like to quote Dr. King, do you know the very first quote that they like to talk about? They like to talk about, oh, Dr. King preached nonviolence. Do you want to know what the hell else he preached? He preached about a knock at midnight. Do you know what that is?
No, what is it?
So you don't know what a knock at midnight is?
No, what is it?
Let's put a pin in that. What?
No, what is it?
What? Hold on. When you learned about Dr. King, what sermons did you learn of? What were the titles?
I Have a Dream, and then something else.
Okay.
But let me give you.
I'm gonna show you something. Zachary, can you bring me the book? It's on the floor. It's called The Knock at Midnight. It's a tiny. Pick up the damn book, fool.
No. I just know what you're asking for. Is that the blue and red one? No, that's
Just read it, fool. It's a tiny book. Yep.
Let me give you one prime example before you start that book, all right?
I gotta hear this.
As continuing on to the conversation, you said Black lives have never mattered, but you completely skip over the fact that Abraham Lincoln got assassinated, right? He got assassinated because he wanted to bring black people out of segregation, or not.
I don't think you want to. I don't think you want to have this conversation with me, champ. Is this the route you want to go? Okay, keep going.
No.
Okay.
So he was assassinated by another white man, right? Because that person did not like what he was doing, but he risked his life for slavery to get them released. Not initially, but he decided to do that. We lost many, many people in the Civil War. So you're telling me that they never mattered? So he should have just not ever taken them out of slavery.
I'm saying slavery should have never happened, but continue.
Right, but you do realize that not just black people were also into slavery? And you do realize that African Americans in the tribe literally sold other black people to the
You
Europeans,
chose the
right?
right one today. Let me just say that, champ. How old are you?
I'm 15.
Oh, honey. Okay. So this book right over here, I'm not even going to start with a knock at midnight. You lost. So let's start with this book over here about Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln. Let's start with that, shall we? Okay. So I'm going to start on page 66. Here we go. In Lincoln's view, this was a war to save the Union. I don't want that. Not to destroy slavery. We didn't go into the war to put down slavery, he said, but to put the flag back. You know the flag you wearing? He was willing to leave slavery alone so long as it did not spread beyond the southern states. Once the rebellion was crushed, slavery would be confined to the South, where Lincoln still hoped and believed that it would gradually die out. See, and this is why I don't like liberals, because they think that change is supposed to be gradual. So I would put Lincoln on the same tier as liberals, because that's exactly what a liberal would do. You fought in a whole war, even though you initially did not want slavery to be on the docket, to be the topic of conversation. You just wanted to keep the peace. You just wanted to preserve the Union. Sure, slavery can still occur. It's still protected under the... I let you talk. Hold up. You're about to get this history lesson now, son. So here we go. Lincoln said with his whole chest that he did not believe that black people were equal to white people. He said that in a speech. I let you talk. He said that in a speech against Senator Stephen A. Douglas. He said that. So that lets me know that Abraham Lincoln did not believe that black people were equal. He did not believe that black people were human. When he was speaking of a house divided, bullshit was he talking about black and white relations. Abraham Lincoln is not the advocate of black people. So once again, the lives of black people have not mattered. The lives of black people have always been under scrutiny and boiled down to, oh, it's just politics. So that's the first thing. Now, the second thing that I want you to take a look at, since we like quoting the Bible and such. Okay. Dr. King now.
But also, one question. So,
before, I'm not going to answer it until I get through this point.
But during slavery, right? Mm-hmm. You said that Abraham Lincoln said that black people were not equal then, right?
Yeah.
But were they? Were they equal at that time?
No.
Because I'm kind of confused. No.
He also didn't want black people to be equal to white people. He said that black people were an inferior race. Don't try to get ahead of yourself. You might hurt something.
When did he say that?
You want to know when?
Yeah, when?
I
Give
got
me a quote right now. I want facts.
All right. How the North promoted, prolonged, and profited from slavery. Complicity. Let's do this. Okay. Then after this...
Yeah, but our world right now would not be the world we had if it wasn't for slavery. Also, think about this. In Africa, you know how they're struggling with water right now, and they barely have any water?
First of all, hold on, sapling, because you're getting ahead of yourself. Hold on, sapling. Hold on. First of all, you wanted a direct quote from Abraham Lincoln? I got you. And now you want to bring up Where would we be now had it not been for slavery? That would be something a white person would say. But anyways, hold on there, young blood. I got you. Read through the chapter here and get to the part where it talked about Lincoln. Ahem. The following year, in one of his debates with Stephen A. Douglas, Abraham Lincoln observed that whites and blacks were too different ever to live together as equals. I, as much as any other man, am in favor of having the superior position assigned to the white race. Lincoln said, pause. Now, that's where you really got me fucked up, is where you brought up, oh, but Africans sold other Africans, right? You said that. Let's explore that. Okay.
Because I did during class.
We're speaking over a black voice telling you about black history. I'm going to need you to settle down. Let's talk about it. Do you know what JSTOR is? It is an online database that has historical documents and periodicals. So this is where people go to get, I guess, other people's college dissertations and whatnot from as well. So I got this document called Partners or Captives in Commerce, The Role of Africans in the Slave Trade, written by Herbert J. Foster in 1976 and was published in the Journal of Black Studies. So it doesn't get more true than this right here. Let's talk about it. A subject of much controversy has been the role that Africans played in the slave trade. An important justification for the enslavement of Africans was the argument that since Africans themselves practiced slavery, it was no affront to African humanity for Europeans to enslave them. This argument, however, fails to take into account the essential differences between African slavery, if we may even describe it as such, and the form of servitude which Europeans had in mind for Africans in the New World. One of the purposes of this article, therefore, is to show the differences between African servitude and chattel slavery as it developed in the New World. Another justification for the enslavement of Africans was the argument that they themselves participated as middlemen in the slave trade. Little attention, however, has been given to the crucial question, which is a corollary to this argument. Why did Africans sell Africans? A second purpose of this essay is, therefore, to explore the special circumstances under which Africans participated in the business of selling slaves. They may indeed have had little choice in the matter. Let's continue reading. Slavery had existed since ancient times and was not exclusive to one race. Merchants in Europe had dealt in slaves for centuries, transporting them across European frontiers and selling them in Egypt, in the plantations of the Mediterranean, and in West Asia. As Curtin argues, Black Africans gradually replaced Europeans in Cyprus after that source of slave labor was cut off by the conquest of Constantinople by the Turks in 1453. The development of capitalist agriculture as a means of profit to expanding European powers operated under the mercantile theory of trade led to the exclusive use of Black African slaves as the labor force to exploit wealth from the New World. Attempts to use Indian labor all met with dismal failure. As generations of whites saw blacks primarily as slaves, the mantle of inferiority fell upon them. It became easy to imagine that black people were innately inferior to whites, although when Africans and Europeans met in the 15th century, they were in a state of cultural equality, except for the technological superiority of the latter. Europeans, seeking to justify the enslavement of fellow human beings, began to assert that many Africans, even most Africans, had lived in slavery before and during the Atlantic trade. Davidson calls this the reservoir theory. Davidson writes that Europeans viewed Africa as no more than a great reservoir of slavery. The Atlantic slave trade had merely transferred slaves from one continent to another. Mannix and Cowley said, take up the same theme in our own time and argue that many of the Negroes transported to America had been slaves in Africa born to captivity. Slavery in Africa was an ancient and widespread institution. Along the same lines, and even more recently, others have argued that although the trade brought Africa losses and gains, the losses were smaller than the gains. It is in this context that Fage argues that the loss of population and other, hold on a second, because I'm doing this one-handed, and other effects of the export of labor to the Americas did not have universally damaging effects on the development of West Africa. Rather, Fage argues West African rulers and merchants reacted to the demand with economic reasoning and used it to strengthen streams of economic and political development that were already current before the Atlantic slave trade began. The argument that Africans practiced slavery and that the institution was widespread among them is refutable on quantitative and definitional grounds. The argument that Africa was a great reservoir of slaves when the Atlantic slave trade began was based on the belief that the overland trade that dated from early Muslim times was as great in volume as the later Atlantic trade. Mauney, among others, argues that an estimated 2 million West Africans were exported across the Sahara as slaves every century for several centuries. This argument is debatable for several reasons. If Mauney is correct, the overland slave trade was greater than the Atlantic trade, which Curtin estimates to have been 9 to 10 million. Furthermore, as Davidson and Goldstein argue, the overland slave trade was mostly a luxury trade. Goldstein estimates that the standard cost of a slave in Egypt from the 10th and 12th centuries was about $2,000. At this price, only the wealthy could afford slaves. Since the cost was prohibitive, the volume of the overland slave trade must have been far lower than 2 million every century. Since slaves were so expensive, they were cherished as individuals and were often regarded as irreplaceable. The slave was not an agricultural or an industrial laborer, but a personal servant who, when serving a wealthy master, enjoyed great advantages and social status. In or out of bondage, the slave was a member of the family. And I can assure you, young blood, that was not the case in America. So please, for the love of God, stop comparing the slave trade in Africa to the slave trade in America. You're gonna hurt yourself. Now, lastly, you said something about Dr. King, how you learned about the I Have a Dream speech. So basically, you just let everybody,
Wait,
hold on. You let everybody in the internet world know that the only thing you know about Dr. King is the I Have a Dream speech. That's the only thing you know. I have a whole ass book of sermons that he has said, and the one that I choose to let you in on today is a knock at midnight, because Black people everywhere have not stopped knocking. It is still midnight here, and I'll explain why. So here we go. I'll start with the beginning of the sermon, and we'll work our way right on through. For those of y'all that are just now joining us, please open your Bibles to the book of Luke, chapter 11, verses 5 through 6. He about to learn something today. Which of you who has a friend will go to him at midnight and say to him, "Friend, lend me 3 loaves of bread. Lend me 3 loaves, for a friend of mine has arrived on a journey and I have nothing to set before him." Although this parable is concerned with the power of persistent prayer, it may also serve as a basis for our thought concerning many contemporary problems and the role of the church in grappling with them. It is midnight in the parable. It is also midnight in our world. And the darkness is so deep that we can hardly see which way to turn. It is midnight within the social order. On the international horizon, nations are engaged in a colossal and bitter contest for supremacy. Now tell me something. Did you learn something today?
Tell me something. How come you completely skipped over what else I said? Do you want me to say it again? All right, I'll say it right now. So you know how Africa right now is struggling with water, barely having any water, and barely having any food, right?
All of Africa? It's a big continent. Are you
Not
sure?
all of Africa, not all of Africa, most of Africa, right?
Most of Africa.
But think about what if we didn't take the slaves from Africa? Wouldn't they be suffering with water sooner rather than now? Meaning they probably would have already reached their environmental block where they could only support as much people. Meaning by then, like I say, probably would have been happening in 1970 or 1980. So by now they would have no water, or not no water there, or no clean water. They wouldn't have as much food. They'd be more poor. I mean, like,
You want me to address that?
yep, go ahead.
Okay.
You about to whip out another book?
You should. But here's something that I want you to know because I do follow African TikTokers. They have running water. But think about what you just said is that if slavery hadn't happened, black people like myself would not enjoy running water here in America.
You wouldn't
But
be in
it
America.
you exactly, I wouldn't be in America if the slave trade hadn't happened, and I would be apparently, according to you, suffering with other Africans due to no running water. See, you're under the
No
assumption
clean water.
you believe that Africa is just this underdeveloped backwater continent because it's not a country, it's a continent. There is a diaspora, a whole diaspora on this damn continent. Now I want you to know something. African countries have running water, but peep this. If Europe left Africa the fuck alone, they would be just fine. They would be literally just fine.
No, you know
Hold
about
on.
that.
No, no,
Wait,
no.
you know
Don't get
about that
beside
little
yourself.
island.
Don't
You know
get
about that
beside
little
yourself.
island
Do
in
not
India
do
where
not
there's
get beside
there's people
yourself. You
that'd
are
be
going
Africa
to
right
cause a
now.
headache. No. No, no,
That
no.
would be Africa.
You were under the assumption that you believe that so-called because Africa is just this backwater continent, they need white intervention. Let me tell you something. Africa never needed intervening from any white people. Africa is a continent that has a history of being overly exploited by European powers. So, if anything, y'all could learn something. We all could learn something from the motherland because you seem to think that Africa is a backwater continent. However, if it's such a backwater continent, why the hell are European countries extracting raw materials from this continent? If Africa is so useless, then why is there a such thing as a colonial pact in African countries where France overtook them and imposed their imperialistic powers on these West African countries? These West African countries had to pay money to France, and it's still happening. So if Africa is so underdeveloped, why the hell is Europe still there, extracting money and resources? Why?
Okay, so you're saying that Africa isn't underdeveloped, but half of the
No,
population has
no.
malaria and can't even get a vaccine for it?
Wait, pause. Your example right now of saying that Libya is a backwater place because they're refusing the vaccine or something like that. You're a Trump supporter. Why do you care what country is or isn't taking the vaccine? You
But you
won't
said they're
get the
not
vaccine.
underdeveloped. You said they're not underdeveloped.
Yes, exactly. I said that they're not
So then why?
underdeveloped. They are, however, like every other African country, over